And good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Strategic Planning Council meeting of a whole for April 15th, 2024. All public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any written or verbal information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 41. So I'll call the meeting to order at 9 a.m. We have an agenda before us. Looking for adoption of the agenda. Thank you, Councillor Lougheed. Motion to adopt. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Moving on to the adoption of the minutes of the last strategic planning meeting from January 15th, 2024. Any errors or omissions? Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Good morning, Reeve, and thank you. On the last page, a motion by myself about the Nordic Development Plan, it doesn't make any sense. So I believe the motion was around accelerating developments at Nordig and knowing the costs, the possible schedule, just some options of how we might accelerate that. And this motion isn't clear. I'm not sure what to do about it.
So perhaps for clarification, would that be just to table the adoption of the minutes until we can go over those recorded minutes? I'll look to CO Emmons for clarification on process.
Thank you. The motion was verbatim by the recording, so I would ask Committee Member Ratcliffe to clarify the intent, and we can definitely clean that up.
Okay, how should I do that? In a statement or an email? Maybe for clarity, if you wouldn't mind even expressing your intent respectfully, that would be great. Then it's captured and we will definitely reflect that. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. Yes, I believe the intent was, as I stated, to look at options for accelerating development in Nordig, that some aspects of it are holding up other activity there, but also to know what's possible and the impact to the budget of making those changes.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Thank you for the clarification, Councillor Ratcliffe. And I think that this is a great way for us to actually do that. They'll bring back the whole plan, show us what's going on, and then we can make motions to give direct action on timelines and acceleration if that is the will of the group at the time. I think that this could, if done the way that you're proposing, could do exactly what you're looking for if it's the will of the group.
Okay. All right. So looking then for a motion to adopt the strategic planning minutes from January 15th with intent clarified on the motion that was questioned. Yes, go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe. Okay, Councillor Ratcliffe moves. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Now moving on to Public Works, 4.1, the review of the dust suppression options and policy. I'll turn the floor across to you, Director Magnus.
Okay. Good morning, Chair Swanson, fellow members of the Clearwater County Strategic Planning Council Committee of the Whole. On April 12th, 2022, just a little over 2 years to the day, at a regular council meeting, a motion was made by Councillor Melhoff that Council directs administration to bring an agenda item to the April 19th, 2022 Strategic Planning Council Committee of the Whole meeting to review the current level of service and the dust suppression program. That motion was carried. In turn, at the April 19th, 2022 Strategic Planning Council Committee of the Whole meeting, committee members were tasked with determining the value of the dust suppression program, namely, A, keeping the program as is, or B, eliminating the program in its entirety, or C, eliminating or adjusting the subsidization of the program, or D, eliminating the oil-based SB 90 option. Consequently, a recommendation was made by Councillor Malhalf that the committee recommends eliminating the SB 90 option from the dust suppression program, effective 2023, and that draft revisions to the dust suppression policy reflecting program changes are presented to Council for their consideration. This recommendation was carried. Also, at that same April 19th meeting, a recommendation was put forward by Councillor Swanson that the committee recommends a 50% ratepayer cost subsidization for the water-based dust suppression option, effective 2023, and that draft revisions reflecting this change to the policy are presented to Council for consideration. This recommendation was carried. As a result, at the April 26, 2022 regular Council meeting, the dust suppression policy with amendments as per the April 19, 2022 Strategic Planning Council Committee recommendations was presented to Council, whereby a motion was made by Councillor Graham that Council approves amendments to dust suppression policy as presented. That motion was carried. Hence, the attached current dust suppression policy reflects the recommendations, and therefore the motions as per the April 12th and 26th 2022 regular Council meetings and the April 19th, 2022 Strategic Planning Council Committee of the whole meeting. At a regular Council meeting held on November 14th, 2023, Council passed the following resolution. A motion by Councillor Radcliffe that Council directs administration to prepare a revised dust control policy that considers but is not limited to the following issues. 1. SB 90 be restored as a 50% subsidized dust control option. 2. Quality and cost control considerations be designed into the policy. Contracting the application of SB 90 may be a solution. 3. End-to-end SB 90 dust control on a rural subdivision road or area has benefits for both the residents and the county. Subdivision residents should be encouraged to organize larger sections of dust control installation. 4. Communication with contract holders is necessary. SB 90 dust control contract holders have two end-of-life options. They can let it go back to gravel, or they can pay to have it rejuvenated. Rural subdivisions could add more dust control areas as a third option. This motion was carried. As such, administration is now before the committee, very much like the April 19th, 2022 meeting, to provide both a historical perspective and current statistical information via an in-depth review of the dust suppression program, which hopefully will provide the committee with the needed guidance and consensus to determine the outcome of Clearwater County's dust suppression program. Simply said, the committee will need to consider and debate the following. A. Does the committee council want to bring back the application of the oil-based dust suppression option? B. If so, in what form, i.e. in-house or third-party contractor? C. If in-house, will Clearwater County return to a subsidization payment model for the oil-based option? D. Will Clearwater County continue to pay for the off-warranty relay applications? And E. Will Clearwater County, moving forward, fully subsidize all new oil-based dust suppression maintenance, upkeep, repairs? Or leave the current dust suppression policy as is, given Clearwater County's Council's aforementioned previous 2022 resolutions? So continuing, I'm going to assume the committee members have all read the agenda item, including the supporting documentation. Thus, if it so pleases this committee, with your approval, for the sake of our viewing audience, I will concentrate on pointing out some of the key highlights. Unless this committee says otherwise, we can go through it in detail. So I'm putting this question forward. I can just key on, there's 12 key highlights I want to point out in regards to this agenda item itself, or we can go through it line by line.
What is the will of this committee? I'm fine with the highlights. I see highlights, more nods.
Okay. What I'll do is I'll go through the highlights here for you, and then I'll close it off with a few things for the committee to consider, to keep in mind, and then I'll turn it over to this committee for discussion and debate. And I have the operations team here with me, which I'll introduce. Sean Ho is our project technologist, Jody Langford, our operations supervisor, and Scott Bertel, equipment supervisor. So we're available should there be any further questions beyond that, which was presented in the agenda item that wasn't answered for you. And then we're more than happy to take those questions from you. All right. As I said, there are 12 key points. Point number 1. From 2016 to 2022, a total of 208 SB 90 applications were completed, which averages to just under 30 per year, whereas a total of 481 water-based applications were completed, which averages to just under 69 per year. Key point number 2. Since 2019, a total of 153 SB 90 warranty relays were performed at a cost of $729,274.50, along with 137 SB 90 off-warranty sections removed. The total cost was borne entirely by the county. A total of 41 off-warranty relays, equivalent to $2,645.85 for each relay, were done by the county at a total cost of $108,479.85. Again, the total cost was borne entirely by the county. Key point number 3. Of the 8 surrounding municipalities that we surveyed, only one other municipality, specifically Ponoka, offers an oil-based dust suppression option. Point number 4. The unit price as of 2024 for the water-based option is 22 cents per liter, whereas the oil-based option as of 2022 was at least $1 per liter. We currently do not have a 2024 price for the oil-based option. Number 5, the cost of a new calcium application in the year 2023 is $8.32 per meter, or $1,248.50 for 150 meters. For 2024, we are looking at a price of $6.30 per meter, or $945.60 for 150 meters. So that's the pricing that's going out this year when we start to accept the applications for the water-based dust suppression. So we're looking at $945.60 for 150 meters. The cost of a new SB 90 application in year 2023 would have been $68.95 per meter, equivalent to $10,342.88 for 150 meters. Point number 6, for one new SB 90 dust control, the cost for the relay and deletion are $9,064.50, which is, again, entirely borne or subsidized by the ratepayers of Clearwater County. Number 7, before any subsidization, the cost of a new 150-meter SB 90 is 8 times the cost of a 150-meter water-based application. The following maintenance and deletion costs of SB 90 are 20 times that of a water-based application. So if we look at the 2 options of dust suppression, SB 90, again, the total new application cost before subsidization is $10,342.88. The statistical cost for relay and deletion, entirely borne by the county again, is $9,064.50. So for an SB 90 application, considering the application itself and the potential for relay and ultimately deletion, which will occur eventually in the future, is $19,407.38. The water-based application for a total new application, again before subsidization, based on 2023 costs, was $1,248.50. The statistical cost for relay and deletion, again, entirely borne by the county, was $449.50. So the total cost for a water-based is $1,698 based on 2023 pricing. Key point number 8. If we choose to remain status quo due to no oil-based warranties after the year 2025, costs of $101,567 would be saved every year, directly related to warranty relays. Point number 9. To provide and manage the implementation of an oil-based dust suppression program in-house, Clearwater County would require a piece of equipment which we call a zipper. We currently have a zipper. However, the current zipper is from the year 2008 and it has had a 15-year useful life cycle. If oil-based suppression is restored, application be performed by Clearwater County staff and equipment, a new zipper would be required to accommodate the significantly increased workload. The cost of a new zipper would be approximately $325,000. Key point number 10, staff time. Time reallocation is needed for 2 Class 3 drivers, 1 public works supervisor, and 1 foreman. Overtime pay may reflect the costs of additional tasks. 2 additional summer staff are needed to accommodate their increased workload, compared to the number of summer staff in the year 2023. This means 1 additional general laborer and 1 light equipment operator. Costs would be $35,428 in total. Key point number 11. The SB 90 program would require a budget adjustment increase of, at minimum, $428,429 to a maximum of just shy of $900,000 for budget year 2025, more or less. This pricing will have to be adjusted for 2025 actual quotes. To keep in mind, extra warranty and deletion costs for these new applications would occur in later years. In addition, this program's budget would also increase over the years due to the increasing oil-based dust suppression, oil price, and equipment rates. And finally, point number 12. The approved 2024 operational dust control budget is $926,103. The forecasted 2025 operational budget, assuming an oil-based dust suppression option is implemented, would be, at the very least, based on 20 new applications, 2023 pricing, and 50% subsidized by Clearwater County, $1,246,250. This includes warranty work, deletion costs, and 2 additional staff. Obviously, this would be dependent on the number of new applications, 2025 product pricing, 2025 equipment rates, employee salaries, hourly wages, etc. So having said that, administration would budget for around $1.3 to $1.4 million for 2025. Also, this does not include the administrative aspect in overseeing this program. Again, this is the operational budget and does not include the capital cost of a new zipper at $355,000. Thus, Clearwater County is potentially looking at a 40 to 51% operational increase to the 2025 dust control operations budget. Now, prior to leaving this for the committee to debate, the administration would be remiss if we did not remind the committee and therefore council to the following. First and foremost, the question needs to be asked, where does this fit into your strategic priorities? Keep in mind the dust suppression program would be under the category of a nice to have. And the oil-based dust suppression is just that, a dust suppression. It is not considered any type of pavement. Furthermore, excluding the year 2024, Clearwater County has, for the next 10 years, a total of 48 capital projects considered for future years' design, purchase, and/or construction. Also, if amalgamation of Caroline continues to proceed and comes to fruition, this cannot be overlooked. Likewise, when the Ochise Road is paved, we are looking at potentially another snowplow beat, which will require another plow truck and 2 additional drivers. And finally, we are currently blessed with having 3 individuals employed as temporary full-time from November 1st to April 30th as plow truck operators. At this time, there is no guarantee as to how long this arrangement will last. Consequently, administration will be, at the very least, in the 2026 operations budget, put in the requirement of no less than 3 additional full-time permanent Class 3 drivers. We have 7 plow trucks, which will require 14 drivers. At this point, I will now turn it over to the committee for further discussion and to answer any questions you may have which may not have been answered via the agenda item itself. Thank you for the time.
And thank you for presenting the highlights of this agenda item. I appreciate the time that was spent and to give us the facts here as far as calcium versus SB 90, and I'm looking forward to the conversation with this committee. So go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Oh, pardon me, that didn't help. You mentioned that we would need to take on 2 more staff to go back to the oil-based system. How many, which we didn't do any new ones last year, how many people did we lay off or transfer to other departments because of not doing that work?
I'll turn that over to Jody Langford. He oversees the operational aspect of public works operations, particularly this program, and he can give you a little bit more detail in terms of required staff.
Good morning. I think I'm on there.
You.
We didn't change any staff over. We just reallocated them to the other projects. We hired less summer staff though because of that.
Okay, that's all for the moment.
That's all for the moment, okay. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. In going through the policy itself, I know that we had talked about this previously, I believe when this motion actually was brought back, about ensuring that they have the ability to hire an outside contractor to work on our roads. In going through the policy itself, it doesn't actually look like we have any clause that enables that type of act. Can we look at changing the policy to reflect an individual working directly with the county to bring in an outside contractor of some form? So we're not necessarily doing it, but we are enabling people to do it should they choose to hire somebody.
Most definitely. Right now, our procedure does, the procedure associated with the policy does put that provision in there. But definitely, and that's a good recommendation. If this committee and therefore council would like to see an amendment to the policy itself that it clearly outlines that option is available, most definitely. But again, just to reiterate, it is provided in the procedure associated with it that it doesn't limit our ratepayers from seeking to reach out to a third-party contractor.
Thank you.
I believe Mr. Langford has a comment.
Okay.
Yeah, it's in the dust suppression frequently asked questions. It's right on the website. It's asked, can I apply my own dust suppression? It's right there.
Perfect. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. My bigger concern is policies are changed at this table, but procedures can be changed at any point without us. So I thought that would ensure that we're hearing the residents that are truly wanting to still have SB 90 as an option. So we can give them an avenue in which to achieve that. Do we have a list of contractors that we can direct them to? Because I'm sure we're not going to just let anybody work on our road network. It still is our responsibility. So I'm sure we have a list of people we would recommend.
Go ahead, Mr. Langford.
Yeah, there definitely is, and there was one done last year. Well, one landowner did 2 applications himself last year. That's it.
Perfect. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe, then I'll go to Councillor Cermak.
Thank you. I've always had a problem with this, that we're comparing a single-use product to a multi-use product as if they're the same. So, using the numbers off this chart, I did a little calculation on the basis of Tamarack Trail in Nordegg, where I know people have been looking for some sort of dust control. Pardon me. So Tamarack Trail is about 2,300 meters approximately, and about 84 lots on there. So that would work out to about 28 meters of frontage per lot on average, unless my math is really off. And so I compared a 20-year life, 20-year situation for like a single resident along that road. Again, using these numbers. And so calcium being an annual application, and assuming that there was a relay at 10 years, in Nordegg, the roads seem to have been built very well because of the roads that have SB 90 on them now. Residents tell me they've been there 15 years and it was there then and it is still in quite good condition. But for this I used 10 years, that it was relayed at 10 years. And so for calcium, and this would be at a 50% subsidization, the 20-year cost would be over $2,300 for each resident, and the SB 90 would be $1,250. And so the total investment altogether would be $46.65 for calcium. This is assuming prices don't change, but for SB 90 would be $2,500. And when we've had these discussions, I've always said that there are two scenarios, you know, rural for in front of a farmyard and our rural subdivisions or multi-lot subdivisions. Because I think there'd be a quantity of scale savings by doing the whole 2.3 kilometers rather than a lot at a time. So I think there's more advantage to SB 90 there because in that 20 years it's been laid twice. It's had work on it twice. And that's not including any maintenance on it. And there are other benefits. No summer grading required. And of course that can be offset by having to occasionally fill some potholes. If we don't put a product like this down, there are going to be requests to have it paved, which I think means we would need to have a plow truck stationed at Nordegg. We would need to have a heated space to keep this plow truck. So there's all those other expenses on top that wouldn't be SB 90. We would just push snow with a grader like we do now. There'd be no slimy, sticky mud to wash off your vehicle in a place without a car wash. And as I understand it, with calcium, even though it is pretty good at suppressing the dust, there's still all this flying grit and stuff. So if you're a pedestrian and a vehicle goes by, you still get this cloud of heavier particles around you. And again, in the rural subdivisions, many of the residents go for a walk down the road. So the pavement becomes a meeting place, a quality of life improvement. Safety is definitely improved by not having dust hanging there between the trees, and there should be an increase to property values. I'll stop
You
for
want
a
to stop
minute.
there? Okay. Okay, just looking to see if administration would like to address any concerns there. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
I need a little more information that you started. You said that we'd done some contract work last year on SP 90, did we have some input into that they had to meet a certain standard? And did we have an on-site supervisor on that site when it was being done, so it was done right? And what's the cost to us?
Go ahead, Mr. Langford.
No, there was no cost to us. We did not provide any input at all. We provided them with an approved vendor and that was it.
Approved, pardon me?
Approved vendor to supply the material. So we knew what they were putting on our road, that is all.
So we have a supplier that we know that we use,
The same supplier we were buying the material from.
okay?
I just forward the info on.
And this, how many did we do last year? You said one?
One
Two.
landowner did 2 of his own,
Okay,
that's all.
how did they turn out?
Really
As-
well?
As good as ours,
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
or a better standard than ours?
I can't really say, it turned out well.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm certainly not in favor of this 50% coverage, because it's too much money, and we have lots of other projects that we need to spend $1.4 million on. That's my feeling on it. Thank you.
We have, I'm gonna look across to the room, we have a special, is it pavement or SB 90 out at Crimson Lake for those particular residents out there? If you can clarify, please, Mr. Magnus?
Yeah, that entire stretch is SB 90. Yeah, it was
But they-
applied a number of years ago, probably about 5 years ago.
5 years ago, and that particular, they get a tax levy for that particular out there as well, right? Because they pay every year to have that?
No, so what happened was they all came together.
Right.
The entire group of residents at the Crimson Lake Cottages, and they all chose to pay their portion for it. So once we had everyone signed up, they were good to go, and payment made, then we applied it.
Okay.
That's how it was done. So it's paid off now.
Okay, so follow up to that then, now that we have a contractor that has done that in the past, would that guarantee that, because if it's been 5 years, it's off our county guarantee, if those residents want to continue on with SB 90, they would get in contact with that preferred vendor, correct? They could?
They could, we would take care of it right now unless council directs otherwise in regards to policy and how we proceed moving forward in terms of taking care of these off-warranty work. But for now, it would be up to us, and we would continue to do it in-house. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Along that same line, we would take care of it. In order to do so, we would need the equipment that you talked about, right? How are we taking care of it? If we're
So
doing it in-house?
it's just the potholes and so far.
Okay.
So anything that's off warranty right now, we still take care of it
Okay,
in-house.
so you're still doing like
Right.
the maintenance end of it, and you don't need the specialized equipment
You
to
are correct.
continue to do
That's
the
right,
maintenance.
correct.
Supplementary?
Yes.
Thank you. There's many subdivisions, like the ones that Councilor Radcliffe and the Reeve have mentioned. There's many in my division as well that rely on SB 90. Would we still work at, if we got a request, work at coordinating all the residents together, working through that process with them? Or is now this entirely on their own and then come to us? Or can we help work them through the process of working with the contractor, getting every resident in line to do the SB 90 in their subdivisions when they need to be done?
I mean, we would assist where we could in regards to being there when the contractor, if they reach out, making sure it meets our standards, okay, and that we give it approval. But ultimately, we would leave it to the residents themselves to come together and get the required payment, et cetera, and the paperwork required to meet the requirements associated with the contractor. It comes down to, again, it still requires our time, even in-house administratively, in order to do that. And definitely we wouldn't let them flounder. We would be there in a supervisory capacity to provide that guidance if needed, but we would leave it to the responsibility of the residents of the subdivision to move forward if they indeed want that. We would lay that responsibility on them.
Supplementary?
Yes, thank you.
Finished?
The Reeve had mentioned about Crimson Lake being having a levy, which you have corrected is not the case. But should a large subdivision come forward with the requirement to have all of the SB 90 ripped up, redone, et cetera, is that an option in moving to a property levy in order to ensure that that is then accomplished on an entire subdivision scale rather than individual properties?
Are you talking in-house if we were to do that in-house?
Well, we would still end up hiring a contractor to do the work because we don't have the equipment to do it. But should a one-off of one of the larger subdivisions come forward, like Nordig is a perfect example of that, the entire north side is SB 90. Do we have that as an option to still contract to do it so we don't have to hire it in-house, but then we can put a levy on those properties in order for it to be accomplished that way?
Go ahead, Ms. Serhan.
Yes, so there is the option to do an offsite levy for any project that is directly related to a specific number of properties, and then do it that way. Again, it's the amount of administration work and getting notification and what is the percentage of the properties that would be required to say yes, they would contribute to that cost, and in order for that project to go forward. Again, it's council's direction as to whether they want that service provided to the ratepayers or not.
My head was going, because the money is flowing in and out, that's where my head was going. It's probably better that there was a payment program on the contractor side of things versus the county, even though it is not a direct, we're not owning this particular asset. The asset is owned by the ratepayer and the product. The road is ours, but the surface that they're putting on is not ours. The SB 90 belong, because the ratepayer is paying for it. So just to have that accountability that if the ratepayer is not happy with it, they're not going to come to the county to complain. They're going to go to the vendor to complain because it is the vendor that has put it down. That's kind of how I just envisioned this, that to keep our, and maybe I'm seeing it wrong, so I'm opening it up for discussion. Do you have a comment on this, Councillor? Okay. Anyway, I think it would be something that we would.
One of the differences would be that the individuals would be signing a contract for that, and however long their payments are, and negotiate what happens when a property sells. When the county does that, it's associated with the property and not with the individual. So again, it would be, there's lots of nuance toward doing an offsite levy versus a group of residents coming together to purchase something, a service together, and making payment arrangements with the outside contractor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
So if we put this all on the community, we should be able to have some staff reductions here by putting that work onto a community group? Is that the opposite side of
Director Magnus?
the hire?
Yeah, just as I indicated earlier, we would have to bring on 2 additional staff. So if it's totally the responsibility is laid on a third-party contractor, we would not require any additional staff. No additional seasonal staff to come on.
So we should require fewer.
We would just stay status quo where we're at currently. Whatever the seasonal staff that we typically hire in the summertime, we would just stay status quo in regards to that.
Okay.
Supplementary?
Supplementary then.
Okay.
As I understand this document, the cost to convert the 150-meter stretch of SB 90 back to gravel is about $4,300.
If that's what's indicated in the agenda item.
I'm
I'll
assuming
just
that's
have-
what's meant by deletion cost? Where did I get that from?
Yes, $4,298 is a deletion cost based on 2023 pricing.
Okay. But from this chart, to relay that SB 90, like to redo it, would be about $2,650. $2,646. So wouldn't we be financially ahead to persuade that resident to redo their SB 90 rather than remove it? Or is there something wrong with the numbers?
Go ahead, CO
Yeah,
Ammons.
but it's right here.
Thank you. Nothing's wrong with the numbers, if I may, it's the timing. What's being omitted in that sentence is the assumption that it's all consecutive. What isn't included in that number is the maintenance required to sustain. When Public Works Operations gets to a platform where it requires ripping it right up and putting back to gravel, it's because that SB 90 section is in such state that it's beyond repair. End of life. So what's being omitted is all the maintenance in between good condition and then the pothole fixing, that type of maintenance. If I may, to wind it back even a little bit, the SB 90 is a nice dust suppressant, especially in multi-lots. What we've run into is actually the length, not the longevity. The 2.3 kilometers, SB 90 was never designed to be asphalt, and it's not an asphalt replacement. So doing snow removal, ice removal on an SB 90 over those lengths is extremely challenging. The bead operators have no choice, ice blades, Sandvik blades, and they will etch it. It's inevitable. It's also inevitable we will hear about that. But there's no other way to, you can't sand salt because it's not an asphalt. So maintaining those long lengths becomes quite operationally challenging. Absolutely. The other part, if I may, respectfully challenged, is the expectation of 10 years. It has become an expectation. The warranty was always 3 years for a reason. But because individual spots have lasted 8, 10, 15 years, that becomes the expectation. Mine only lasted 8 years, my neighbor's lasted 10, you did a poor job. It isn't apples and apples, that comparative, different base, different type of traffic. They could be turning on it because it's not a stabilizer, it's a dust suppressant. When you get those intersections, you will washboard up this product because it's not designed for that intended purpose. I just wanted to throw that out, that there are positives and negatives with every product. The positive, I will say that it's not sticky. It is received better, especially in multi-lots, no argument whatsoever. The negative is the operational challenges that come with long sections. And I think that's part of the conversation for this committee to have. I would also like to put out for this committee its consideration in these conversations, because that's what this committee's for, is strategic planning, priority setting. Without getting into too much detail, because I can't, I truly believe that the number one priority has been picked, and it's broadband. And with the efforts going in that, and again, because this isn't the broadband committee, it's strategic planning, I can't get into detail, but that being, I believe, what I heard, that being the number one committee's priority, the others need to be weighed out. And I believe now the strategic planning committee has picked its number one priority, is the messaging administration's got. The task really is what's the number two and when's appropriate. Whatever number two priority is and when can that be funded, and three, and so on. Council has many different priorities before it. Everything from previous council postponed the admin building for 10 years. That's coming up with the number one priority. As sad as it is for me to say, I believe that is down the road. Now, whether that's a number two priority or number three, maybe the ag-rec facility is number two or three. But the funding strategy and picking number 2, 3, and 4 priorities, I truly believe is before this committee. Because administrations received the messaging that broadband's number one. Saying that, where does this one fall into those priorities? The positives of SB 90 is there. I might get kicked under the table for saying this, but I think it's quite a bit for the community to organize themselves. You know, it might be this committee's conversation that becomes an administrative task to organize that, but it's externally done. I think it's a high expectation for every community, not even hamlet, sorry, subdivision, to pick a president and lobby that up and do that amount of work. That's just my feeling for consideration. But to organize it and go out and what that looks like for a product and a contractor, you know, maybe that's a priority setting. But I think I've said enough on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Howe.
I just want to add on to CEO Emma's comments. So about the question about the cost numbers. So there are two different kind of SB 90 relays. One is within warranty, which is within 3 years, and one is after 3 years. And you may see this on the dust control cost breakdown. So the one warranty relay costs about $7,254, and it involves applying SB 90 oil to the roads, and it involves a lot more equipment than the off warranty relay. And the off warranty relay, which is after 3 years, costs about $2,645. And that off warranty relay, it is not considered as minor maintenance. It is currently beyond Clearwater County's procedural service level expectation. And that cost, off warranty relay cost, is entirely borne by the county right now. Thank you.
Thank you for that extra information. Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Just listening to the conversation, and what I understand and have heard is that I think SB 90 is a very desirable product by the community. It has a lot of things that make it a better choice. However, when we're looking at asking the community, essentially what we're drifting towards is private ownership of a public road. And I think that's not a direction we can go. Ultimately, if people are investing in the public road, they are going to feel some level of ownership. And then they're going to feel their hands are tied when that road, there's a disagreement whether that public road is still meeting their needs and their value hasn't been fully utilized that they've spent in there. And so I think it's very difficult to suggest to people that go ahead and pay for this service for yourself without having that drift into what I fear would be, you know, It's my road. It's a public road, but it has a private private part of it, and it's always gonna be difficult. And ultimately, for dust suppression, I know that's done for safety. We do have a product that is, it meets that standard. It does reduce the dust, does keep the level of safety on the road there, although has some disadvantages, and is disliked by many. It still provides that, dust control for those few days a year where that's the highest priority. The rest of the 11 and a half months of the year, dust is really not as big an issue. But I think we don't want to drift into this concept of private ownership on our public roads.
Thank you for that. Deputy Reeve Melhoff, then I'll go to you, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. In some communities, there seems to be an intermediate option, not SB 90, not pavement, but like intermediate option. Particularly on the roads in Mountain View, there's a lot of this option. I actually don't even remember what it's called. I'm going to go with intermediate option for political correctness. But what does that look like? Could we look at using that in our community, especially in these multi-lot subdivisions, because it is not just a dust suppressant, it actually has the chemical, more of a chemical makeup to pavement, and therefore can take a little bit more of a beating than SB 90 can, but it's not as expensive as pavement. What are some of those options?
Mr. Emmons?
Absolutely. Clearwater County's history, we actually dabbled in the lower valued pavement. It is more of a stabilizer, but because you're starting to get into that world, it came with substantial road bans to protect it, because it was more of a stabilizer, so it does fracture, but it's not a pavement grade, so you're nowhere near ban-free. And inevitably, everyone that started out at that lower grade pavement became upgraded to a ban-free structure. It was just a step towards the inevitable, because we actually had signs equating to a 25% ban back in the day to protect that infrastructure. 50% didn't work.
Are multi-lots not already banned?
No.
Are multi-lots are ban-free as well? Wow, that's surprising. Okay.
Correct. Every road in Clearwater County, for clarity, Deputy Reeve, could see a ban. There has been times where certain springs have come out, frosts come out poorly. It really depends on those spring rains and how it extracts out of the earth. And we will ban even a gravel road. But traditionally, it is not our practice.
Oh, I thought I got a list of road bans just a couple of weeks ago in my email, but perhaps I was wrong.
And no, you would have. There were Rainbow Ford continually banned, and that's to control the traffic movement more than protect the infrastructure. Although I will say the Rainbow Ford Road does show where, even though it's banned. So there are paved roads that do see bans, traditionally not the multi-lots. Clearwater Estates, the only thing that historically kept that one banned was the restricted bridge, which of course now has been replaced.
Awesome. Thank you.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Eve, I have to agree with Councillor Lougheed on having private ownership of the top of a public road. And it seems as though that is what happened by Crimson Lake, is basically that residents paid for surfacing that road. When a community gets together to do this, there's always a problem of holdouts, that someone, for some reason, God put all kinds of people on the earth, and some people are content to let the rest of the community pay their share. So I believe that for paving, we have a policy that with 80% everyone would be included and it would all be added as a levy. In the example I gave for Tamarack Trail, if there was a 50% subsidy, the annual cost to each lot would be around $100. And to me, it could be, Rhonda would have to be the expert on this, an easy thing to just have an annual dust suppression levy where it is maintained and taken care of as necessary, as just a blanket for these multi-lot subdivisions. I have another, I was looking at the number of relays we've done. So in 2019, there were 122 installations in the previous 3 years, and 47 were redone. So that's a failure rate of almost 40%. To me, that indicates an issue with quality control. Although it's possible that, as Chief Emmons was saying, there are locations where the traffic does not suit SB 90. That if there's heavier traffic on the road, the life is going to be significantly less. So there are still a lot of locations where SB 90 is an ideal solution or an intermediate product. No one else?
Anyone?
Okay, if I can.
Oh, sorry, CEO Emmons. Sorry.
Sorry, Councillor, just looking for clarification. The 40% failure rate, was that SB 90 or calcium?
Oh, SB 90.
Okay, may I ask, in that failure rate, what was the life of the SB 90 sections? Because by policy, I would respectfully suggest that if it failed within the first 3 years, that is relevant to the staff. If it was an 8 or a 10-year dust control and it failed, it didn't fail. It exceeded the expectation. So I was just looking for that clarification.
Well, and as I can understand from the information in the document, those were warranty relays. So in the first 3 years.
So full relayed or maintenance?
No, it's just from this information presented here of the number of applications and the number of warranty relays.
Maybe for clarification, we can ask Mr. Hood for more of that.
Thank you. So the number of warranty relays is also based on the total quantity of SB90s we currently have. So we used to have a lot of SB90s. So for example, the failing rate for the first 3 years is 20%. When we have a larger base, that 20% makes the actual number look big, like 40 in this case. However, like over the years, we have a decreasing inventories of SB90. Even with the same number of failing rate, it's still 20% because the total base is lower. So the actual warranty numbers, relay numbers, is actually lowered. If that makes sense to you.
Okay, and it depends on which time you went. Yes, because later on it dropped to around 20%, like you said. So that makes the apparent cost quite a bit higher because of the warranty work.
Are you, I got another blinky light, or you want to finish?
Oh, I'm not finished, but let's go to the other blinky light.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. I guess my question for administration is just to kind of reinforce those calls I get from occasion to occasion. Usually it happens after a very dry period of time. Maybe the community is very active and people are concerned about speeds and dust and those kinds of things. And then maybe the next comment might come after a period of of rain, where they're traveling on some of the calcium roads, and they're unhappy about whatever the slimy goop is that they find on their driveway or on their car or whatever. The other comment I hear is my pavement in front of my house. They believe it's pavement. It's probably an SB 90 product that's been in place for many, many years. It's been perfect. It's not been a problem. In fact, you guys come out and patch a few holes on it, but it's been there for 10 or 15 years. And now the neighbor's moving cement trucks in because he's building a new shop, and it's all busting to bits. I was just wondering, are those kind of the same comments that administration gets from the community, or is it just that somebody bending the ear of their counselor hoping to find a resolution?
CEO Emmons.
No, absolutely, and respectfully, your comment on ownership, well heard and appreciated. I would suggest, though, we've already tasted that. Even with a subsidized program, when an individual's putting any amount of money in there, the expectation, it's the different perspective. And I well appreciate it and understand it from the landowner. They've cut a check, even though it's subsidized, they've cut a check back in the day and paid for a product, for a quality of life product. Has nothing to do with the road but that is our priority, is maintaining and mitigating the liability and the safety of the traveling public. So a little rough dust control actually for me meets my agenda in front of my home, because it even controls the dust better when you have to slow down. For Public Works operations, they have the liability and the safety of the traveling public. So when it gets too far gone, it gets ripped up, and an individual's cut a check and they're upset. And it's inevitable. With a rig move, there was always more negotiation. Oil companies traditionally would step up and say, yeah, absolutely, and they would kick in their percentage, and that would be relayed on the oil companies. When it's a neighbor that's developing their yard, a silage move, a hay move, or a cement truck building a house, it isn't the same opportunity to go after, so to speak, for lack of better words. A dust control could be in perfectly good shape, but 5 years old, now it's pounded out, and it's an end of life, and yes, they're upset.
Subsequent,
And
go ahead.
I hear that in trying to provide a consistent service to our community, the more options that are out there, because our roadways are different, the base is different, the traffic level is different, the tolerance and the placing of the residents is different. The more options we provide, the less likely we're going to be able to provide a consistent and fair service throughout our entire community. Something that might work very well and give extremely good value to one area is going to be very difficult to maintain and provide a service in another. So I appreciate the feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. Once again, Councillor Lloyd raises an interesting scenario where a landowner has paid for their SB 90 because that was their preference, and it's working fine until someone else's traffic comes along and it starts to rapidly age to its end of life. That, does that then put that landowner in a position to be asking for some reparations from the trucking company?
At the end of the day, if I was laying SB 90 down my private driveway, I would control the traffic going into my home far better. But at the end of the day, this is a public road. The fact that oil companies step up and they've always bridged a gap really is good on them. But if there's a section of dust control that has exceeded a 3-year, there's a reason Clearwater County warranted that 3-year life. And SB 90's well exceeded that, but we warranty a dust suppressant for 3 years. And if it needs relaying, we do that because we warranty it for 3 years. You know, I don't, in my world, with my background, I wouldn't call that a fail. That's Clearwater County living up to its obligation of a contractual agreement that we warranty it for 3 years, and we will see that through for a price, and that's a partnership. But if you've gotten your 3 years, that's honoring that commitment. I understand the disappointment, not blind to that, but it's a public road, and it's there for an intended purpose.
Okay.
I know it's not the answer, but it's really the only one that I could honestly give.
Okay, the point I was getting to is that there should be public participation, not solely the landowner invested in the dust control. But because it is on a public road with public traffic, that putting the cost of that solely on the landowner isn't fair.
And if I may, and that's exactly the service level that this committee needs to talk about, because another perspective could be, I as a landowner want a quality of life. I made the choice of buying off a gravel road, but I want dust-free off a gravel road, and there's only one way to do that. And that's a private expectation and a quality of life I make. Why should my tax dollars pay for dust control for Councillor Lahi? We've heard both sides, is my point. It is on this committee to establish that service level.
Good.
Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, I want to delve a little bit more into this ownership because I've been around for a few decades. And I have found with the government and with people that have put money into something, whether it's $5 or $500,000, they all figure they have an ownership in it. And this municipal road is no different. If you use calcium, do we pay for the calcium 100% or 50-50? Okay, so they figure they have an ownership in it. SP, they figure they have an ownership in it. I know I have it in front of my place. I think I own it, and I think the county should be there fixing the potholes whenever there is a new one. And by the way, there's about a half a dozen in mine right now. That's neither here nor there. But when it comes to ownership,
Somebody be out of
it
the night.
doesn't matter how much money you put into it, they figure they own it, even though they don't. So if we do 100% that the ratepayer pays it all, or if we go 50-50, they're still gonna figure they own it. That's my point of view on it, and that's why I think we need a third-party contractor. And I think when they're laying it, we need a supervisor out there saying that it was laid properly, and if it's not laid properly, then it's ripped up and redone again. We are accountable to the taxpayer. And it's only us that are responsible to them. In no matter what service we give, and this is just a service. I like the calcium. I have it on the hill that comes up to my place. It was put in there about 3 years ago. It's still great. And I've never seen the sliminess on my car from it. And it still works really good. Thank you.
Go ahead, Director Magnus.
Yeah, thank you for those comments, Committee Member Cermak. And just to add on to it and Mr. Emmons' comments here, you know, it's the level of expectation and the service level we provide. We totally understand and that there's that sense of ownership. And we as an operational staff here, when we look at these sections of SB 90, we always account for that, and we take that when it comes time to making and conducting any repairs or maintenance to that, whether it be, you know, just after warranty or it's been in place for 10 years and so on. We take a look at that, and we have our own quality control checklist. But to give you a couple examples here, at the very least one, this past year, we had a couple SP90s, and we took it above and beyond in that, again, recognizing the sense of ownership. That SP90 was done, okay? It had to go back to its original gravel road status, even though, I'll point it out, and I know all of you know this, but to our viewing audience, when we put down dust suppression, it is still a gravel road, okay? And that needs to be understood. It's a gravel road. Anyways, so when we looked at it, we actually tore it up, but relayed it in the sense that we didn't put additional SB90 oil into it, but we brought in the necessary equipment to pack it down again, okay? So even some of the residual that was in there, they were still, we were trying to do our best to keep the SB90 for them, even though it was at a lower status, but we went in there with equipment, packed it down, and so on. That isn't required whatsoever, you know, but again, we've gone above and beyond the level of service, and it's more so just accounting for the fact that these people, there is that sense of ownership, and we're going to do what we can in regards to still providing a benefit to them in regards to that dust suppression, that the benefit of a dust suppression is still there. Even though it may be downgraded somewhat, it's still there, and in a nicely placed condition when you look at it.
Councillor Lahi, then I'll go Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, and thank you for that. It's my understanding then that although many of these SB90 applications are well past their warranty, we're still trying to extend their life for people, and that is at only a cost to Clearwater County and the public purse, I would assume. Okay.
Yes, you're absolutely correct, and it's yeah, it's still the rest of the community in essence is paying for that then and contributing to us helping to extend the life of that SB90 and continue to provide a benefit behind it, yes.
And if I could, I've asked this question before, but just so I can remind myself, the calcium product or the water-based product, although it is meant for a season or for a single year application, is there some residual benefit if there's a continual application of the water-based product? Do you get better control, or do you get, does it work a little bit as you move forward as well?
CEO Ammons?
Thank you. Short answer, yes. After years of application, you will get a residual. I worked with this product extensively up north, and it came where an individual would skip a year. I want to do my best to paint an accurate picture for this committee in consideration. Myself, I am not a calcium fan. I do find the product snotty. It breaks down. It's a lot cheaper to apply. It's easier to maintain. There are other positives. More people are choosing it than SB90 because it's more affordable. I'll say, especially in this day and age, when our utility bills are higher than our mortgages, people need to look at options. There's a cost to our citizenry when you start presenting options. You're doubling up on different types of equipment, and those are considerations. Committee member Ratcliffe was asking about staff. As Mr. Langford pointed out, we hired less seasonals this year because of that and reallocated permanent. I will also remind this committee, when you were going through budget, Public Works Operations budget was extremely lean, and this also reflected in that budget. There are positives and negatives to both product. SB90 acts more like an asphalt, looks more like an asphalt, not an asphalt. But there are positives to it. It's just because of those, also, the expectation has grown out of SB 90 to beyond what I think the product can even deliver. We we don't even guarantee asphalt. The expected life of asphalt is 15 years, and people are expecting that out of a dust suppressant, and not to be negative, in this room, the expectation is 15 years, and that becomes unachievable. So,
Thank you. Deputy Reeve Milhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. We keep talking about ownership of roads and ownership of infrastructure. Well, technically, the public purse owns it all. Like, it's a tax-based system. So we all have a little piece of that, ownership with it being a public service. But that doesn't mean that we should necessarily be going to the higher level of service anyway. But I would love to have us look into the intermediate type of pavement in our multi-lot subdivisions, even if that, and including the information on the road ban requirements and how that could affect that community, et cetera. And then look into how an off-site levy could be applied to that higher level of service in those communities. Because I think that if the expectation is that it lasts 15 years, then they should be getting a product that actually is designed to do that very thing, that will give them that increased level of service that they're looking for with an offset levy, so the public purse isn't responsible for it all. My other comment was actually a question for Ms. Sarhan. If I'm remembering correctly, 1% in increase in our mill rate is equivalent to roughly 500,000 into our baseline budget, correct? So this service is just under the 1% that would be required, unless we're talking about the equipment as well, because the equipment puts it up over top of that. So if we were to reinstitute this particular service, we could potentially be looking at a 1% increase in our mill rate in order to achieve it. Yes? Okay, thank you, sorry.
Go ahead, CEO Emmons.
thank you, and honestly, I just want to give as much information for consideration as possible. As back in the day, the MD of Clearwater did go down this road. I'm hoping I can help you out with this. There is no recognized design for that lower grade pavement. So there is no expected life. There is no what we ran into and why we inevitably went away from it, and the decision was made. The discussion back in the day was we either put it back to gravel or pave it proper. In these subdivisions, inevitably, when do you want to buy a lot and build a home? Spring. Road bans. And every one of these lower grade pavement roads were banned. And you put out exemptions because you almost have to. I bought a lot, I need to move, I need to get in there. And the residents actually did the most damage, and just how do you avoid it? And how do you say no? So inevitably, they just got upgraded because the usage was there, and you can't control that. If that helps at all.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve. It's come a really long way. The technology has come a really long way. I don't know the last time we have looked at it. I just think it'd be worth spending a little bit of time looking at it. I just want to see if we can do something for these multi-lots. Because you're saying the SB 90 is not an option, because it's a dust suppressant. It's not what they're actually thinking that it is. So perhaps we can give them options, and if they go, no, I don't want to spend an extra $1,000 a year on my taxes in order to have this intermediate payment, well then that's our answer. But at least we've given them an option of some form.
Go ahead, CEO Emmons.
Thank you, and I am sorry if I didn't communicate properly. I never said SB 90 was not an option. In multi-lots, absolutely an option. And the level of service that this committee picks and what that looks like, if it goes back to a subsidized, if it goes into an offsite levy, if it goes to a structure where staff coordinates it, but the contractor bills accordingly, whatever that looks like, it is an option. Technology has come a long way. As to the products themselves, they are still not a band-free structure. The only thing you will achieve there is asphalt. So, sorry.
Go ahead, Director
Yeah.
Magnus.
And just further to that too, you know, you talk about the technology's come a long way. And part of what we do, and I know all of you know this, but again, for our viewing audience is we continually seek out the newest product, whether it be dust suppression or something in between and so on. And when it comes down to asking these vendors, because we're not going to purchase something if we don't know how it works. We got to see it being used and prove it out. 9 out of 10 times, pretty well 10 out of 10 times when we ask that vendor to supply us with a stretch, say, you know, a half a kilometer or something of that, or even less, they back away. They will not lay it down for us to prove it out. And that. So we're not going to potentially bring on a product that they're not willing to put their money to or their mouth to in regards to its how well it works, and risk, you know, that liability, and to, you know, we have to continue to be good stewards to our ratepayers. This is not us doing a willy-nilly thing here. And I go back to Councillor Cermak. I had an opportunity at the not too long ago attend the trade fair at RMA and brought to our attention a product. We followed up with that product, that vendor, and again, no, they decided not to. Nope, they wouldn't venture into that territory of providing us with a stretch so that we could test it out. So it's out there, stuff is out there, but very, very rare do these vendors even risk allowing us to test it.
Thank you for that. I have a question in regards to maybe the past, and I know when these multi-lot subdivisions were created in the past through the MDP, the developers, it was up to the developers of these multi-lots to create a paved structure on and pass it on to, I'll just say, to the lot buyers or homeowners. But over time, as I'll just say, they've chosen not to do that. I know in our MDP it says to have a multi-lot half of a kilometer to the multi-lot, so we're strategically in our development plan putting multi-lots closer to pavement, to paved surfaces right now existing going forward, but in the past it was all off of gravel roads. So people were buying their homes knowing it was off a gravel road in the past. So with that, and I'll just speak specifically to Councillor Ratcliffe's example of Tamarack Trail, those people bought knowing it was off a gravel road, correct? It was never our intent to say this would be paved in the future, right? Or some background on that, please, Mr. Emmons.
That is correct. Now to clarify, if we were to build that subdivision today, it would have been built under pavement, because we've, honestly, Clearwater County was incorporated in 1985, we've learned expectations grow, they don't diminish. So if a private developer came in and said, I'm gonna build this many lots in this multi-lot subdivision, one of our first requirements would be, and you need to pave. You know, Meadow Ponds, prime example.
Diamond Valley.
Diamond Valley.
Thank you.
You know,
Or Diamond Village,
you know,
sorry.
that's a newer subdivision, and
Yes.
that was a requirement. I can give you many examples. Clearwater Estates, Mackenzie subdivision, the Nordegg development on the north side. You know, they were all built to a gravel. I'll use the one off Tamarack Trail as a prime example, because for Clearwater County, we developed that one. Every one of those lots were based on the cost of construction. You know, council went through that just recently. That's how we come up with the lot prices. We look at the cost to develop, that gets weighed. We look at market, and then we look at comparables and present a price to council. So the individuals that bought those lots absolutely reflected They paid for those lots based on a gravel road standards. If we would have paved, they would have paid more for their lots. If the expectation's pavement, honestly, if it was an off-site levy, it would be the exact same as if we paved it, although current dollars now, because it would have been added into their lot prices. You know, that one's a bit of an anomaly because we were the developer. But Clearwater Estates, I would suggest would be no different. When the developer, and I don't think it's appropriate I name, it is public, but when the developer created that multi-lot, he sold those lots to make a profit, and it was based on a gravel road standard. If he would have been required to pavement, he would have had to up the price of those lots to have a profitable development.
Thank you. I'll go Councillor Lougheed, and then Councillor Graham, and then Councillor Cermak.
Thank you, and I think that's one of the things that's very important. The level of expectation in the community is probably not going to be that my gravel or my paved road is going to be turned into gravel. That's people look. I mean, I live near Hamlet. All those roads were gravel at one time. Now there's ban-free asphalt status within that entire community. So as time goes on, I think the expectation gets higher. Got to match that expectation. And I think that's a different discussion for us today. The discussion is dust control, not paving, because ultimately those, I think we have recognized through our municipal development plan that certain developments require paving now, because we know that's the expectation of the community, and that needs to be, I think you have to be upfront with people when they're developing that, and people purchasing of that, they know what they're buying, and they know what their margin of profit would be if they're developing. I think that's fair. So I think for today, I think we need to focus on the dust control aspect and why maybe we do dust control. And I believe the primary part of that is the safety of the public, and so that those adjacent landowners aren't choking in dust for those few days a year where that's an issue.
Thank you for that. Councillor Graham.
I'm usually pretty vocal on this topic, so I've been trying to be a little quiet today, but I have some thoughts here. I agree with very much of what Councillor Cermak said. I really appreciate his perspective on this topic. With SB 90, there are positives. You can't argue that, but there are also a lot of negatives, in my opinion. And with this presentation, the numbers speak for themselves. This is expensive. What I hear from taxpayers is they don't want their taxes to go up, and the more costs that we are able to cut, the less likely those taxes are going to go up. The warranty, the county, in my opinion, goes above and beyond for warranty. Even doing road construction, they'll tear them up and put them back down for them when they're off of warranty, which I think is wonderful, and still it's never good enough. So it's kind of, administration won't say it because they don't say things. They're more politically correct than I am, I guess, but in my opinion, it's an administrative nightmare because people are just never happy. From the time that I spend a lot of time on the roads in the summer, and the application is always done very well, and that's the problem with these being gravel roads, is that the frost comes out differently every year, and then that messes with the SB 90 because these roads are not made for a pavement standard. And so that causes a lot of problems with the warranty. And I personally see it as an advantage for subdivisions because they're so heavily populated. They have so many more people paying them off. So it's, they kind of have an advantage to be able to go and get SB 90. I don't believe that the county should be involved in organizing it though, because then we are possibly getting involved in neighbor wars. And I don't think that's a good place for the county to be in. And I don't think that we need to put ourselves in that situation. In my opinion, if your SB 90 is off of warranty and it gets broken up, whether it's by industry, which pays a majority of the taxes in this municipality, and we have a very high quality of life because of it, or if it's because your neighbor's silage haul and you're upset about that, you maybe need to reconsider where you're living. You maybe need to move to a subdivision or to a city, because that's what rural municipalities are for. And so in my opinion, we should leave the policy as it is. I would be fine with adding to it that we should include the option to hire someone a contractor to come and do SB 90. I think that people should still have the option. I don't believe we should be subsidizing it. As Reeve Swanson said, you choose to live on a gravel road, you choose to build on a gravel road, buy on it. We don't subsidize people who have long driveways, so they don't require dust control. And so I don't really think that we should be subsidizing people who choose to build right on a road and require it. Yeah, so I think we should keep it how it is. After the 3-year warranty, I think that it should be on the landowner. The county can go in and fix them up, but I think that the cost should be on the landowner, not the municipality as a whole. And I can live with subsidizing calcium because it's not such a high cost, but I would rather not subsidize either of them personally, but I can live with that, and those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Councillor Cermak, then I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe, or would you entertain, do you want to break first or after?
Whatever you wish,
Oh,
Rafe.
I'll let you
Okay,
say your
I
comment
think
question.
we have two broad ones here, looking at it from the inside. We have our rural area, and then we have our multi-subdivisions, okay? I think our rural, when we put down 150 of calcium or SP90, works fine. You get over that, it doesn't work worth it. Politically correct, I can't say that, it works okay. But if you get over that length in a multi, it just does not work. They don't even want to lay it. Third contractor, so we know that it doesn't work. So the problem is that we should stick to the rural, and if you're in a subdivision, then you take out your lien or loan or whatever you do there to subsidize pavement. And as soon as you do pavement, then you have to make sure that the road base is up to the standard to do it. Very costly. They bought it on a gravel, now they want pavement. Well, and then to get to Jenny's where she said a medium type, in the old days when I was in construction, they called that cold mix. And all your bases had to be at a certain compaction for cold mix to hold. The only job I think I've ever done was going out to the intake structure at the Big Horn Dam, which is cement. We put cold mix on that, and it's still there today. That's 45 years ago we laid that. Okay. So it's dust suppressant and pavement are worlds apart, even though they look alike. It's the road construction base that causes you to have what you get. And if you buy your lot on the price that it's gravel road, then that's what you get.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I'm with Councillor Graham. I don't think we should be subsidizing any of it. I think we need to make sure that it's down and that it's to our standards, but I don't think we need to be involved in it. And I don't think anybody should take ownership just because they have to pay for it. It's our road, and that's the way it is.
Thank you.
So I'll get off my soapbox now.
There you go. So with that, I think we'll just take a break until 10:45, please. And welcome back to our Strategic Planning Committee of a whole. We were discussing agenda item 4.1, the review of the dust suppression options and policy. And I believe we're going to be at Councillor Ratcliffe. I'll go to Councillor Northcott and Deputy Reid. Oh, sorry, Councillor Lahi. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Just a few comments. One around fairness, that we pave kilometers of road around safety where there's a limited number of residents, and we don't even consider any cost recovery. It's just part of what needs to be done. And I expect that at one time Leslieville was gravel, and now we pave that without any consideration for cost recovery. I've been researching this issue for a while, and the lifespan of SB 90 is depends on a few factors. The road-based stability, the gravel consistency that's used. I had a contractor tell me that the gravel from the Nordig pit produces a much better result than the other pits. Of course, the right ratio of the oil, the quality of the mixing, and the weight of traffic on the road. So if the road base is good and the traffic is right, SB 90 can last for years. If it's not, it lasts less. There were a couple of questions at the end of the presentation here. Off-warranty relays, we've been doing it at no charge. I think that should not continue. That if it's met the 3 years, that it should then be up to the landowner. And if we have a 50% subsidy, well then the landowner should be responsible for 50% of the relay. And as far as maintenance, that's a tougher one. I think where there's community groups involved that have asked to have their section of road done, maybe they can pick up some material and they can fill the potholes. I'm also in favor, though, of assigning this to a local contractor and make them responsible for the warranty, so that they will, of course, seek out the best practice and do the best job laying it down, so that there is no warranty work on it, and simply put them in charge of the dust control if we can write an appropriate contract.
Okay. Councillor Northcott?
All right, I just have maybe a question for Councillor Graham or Committee Member Graham and Cermak. Just before our break there was a comment made that I think if I understand this correctly, if the residents live on the gravel road, they chose to live on the gravel road, and dust suppression shouldn't, any cost borne by the municipality shouldn't be there to help them address dust. But my question is, how do you address the concerns, like for the residents that lived maybe at the beginning of a gravel road, and then council approves subdivision of land further down the road or past, or the Municipal Planning Commission approves subdivision of land down the road? Often those landowners, through policy, sometimes only adjacent landowners would be notified even of the subdivision, so they wouldn't even have the chance to oppose it. But council of the day, or previous councils and or Municipal Planning Commission approves additional subdivision which increases traffic past their house. So when they built their house at that time, there was only maybe a small amount of traffic, but now through the creation and this subdivision of land, you've made additional dust. that you've increased the traffic, higher volumes of traffic. So is that just your thoughts on that, how that would be addressed, if you don't mind?
Councillor Graham?
They still made the choice to build their house or to buy a house that's right on a gravel road. I don't believe that neighbors should be dictating what neighbors can do with their land. We constantly hear from people within our municipality to let them do what they want with their land. And so to say that you shouldn't be allowed to subdivide any property, like your kids shouldn't be allowed to live here because it creates more dust for me because I built my house right on a gravel road is unfair. Dust is something that comes with living on gravel, and that's a choice that we all make. Does that answer your question?
Councillor Northcott?
I'll just leave it at I have a difference of opinion there.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Lougheed, and I would assume that we're going to be getting to a motion at some point in time. Well, I don't want to limit discussion. This is very good, robust discussion, but at the same time,
thank you
stay
for that.
focused.
Hopefully can explore all possibilities with managing dust control, and I know perhaps one of those, I guess, growing up watching the Bugs Bunny Roadrunner Hour on television, I know a small object moving very, very quickly can create a large amount of dust. Is there any consideration that during dusty periods we put a reduction in the speed limit to help offset some of that additional dust that's made? And is there a level of enforcement that can be done with some of these, and I don't want to point a finger at the agriculture industry. We know that there are busy times with agriculture and they don't want to limit their speed or their number of truck hauls, but we do put restrictions on industry when they use the road repeatedly over one section, that there needs to be some consideration of the neighbors in dust control. So perhaps a water truck, if you're going to have multiple trips per hour or reach a limit on that. So is that one of the options we can encapsulate within our dust control policy as well? Either increased enforcement, a lower reduction, or
Okay. Turn it over to CAO Emmons.
Thank you for the question, and short answer is yes, with the resources. My comment for consideration would be to have the 3 CPOs we have on the gravel roads, because we've temporarily lowered a speed limit, would take them away from our restricted bridges, our asphalted services, pull them right out of any presence in our hamlets, Nordegg. It's a limited amount of people. You know, with our CPO staff, to mitigate the working alone policy, to have 2 CPOs on shift is good. And it's a large municipality. To add this burden onto that limited amount of resources, I don't know if enforcement would really be a real thing, given the current staffing membership. I would also offer up, it would be quite onerous to continually raise and lower speed limits. That would be a burden on public works operations as well. With direction, I'll use Eric's, we can do anything. But it just takes resources.
And thank you for that. I know there's challenges with that, and I know that's, the community has suggested those things to me in the past, and I just wanted to make sure that I voiced those suggestions when we're talking about dust control.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. That sounds like an argument for subsidizing dust control as the lower cost option than reducing speed limits. I wanted to ask Chief Emmons, when you researched this mid-level product, what sort of, at that time, what sort of price difference was there between that and asphalt? And like, is it enough of a difference to be worthwhile looking at again?
Mr. Emmons?
Back in the day, it ran about 2/3 the cost of asphalt. and that may sound odd to those who don't know, but it's the cost of asphalt. Asphalt isn't the price, it's all your subgrade prep. It's your GBC, it's those type of things, and that required work is still required on a lower grade asphalt. The lower grade asphalt just has less protection over your base prep. So there is a savings, but it's not as substantial, which is why inevitably, it ended up at a full body pavement level. So there is a savings, and back in the day, I use fractions because the numbers would be so archaic that they wouldn't be relative today, but a third less.
Okay, that's what I was looking for. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm not sure I made the point well earlier that there are circumstances from the installation where SB 90 becomes the lower cost option because of its longevity. But it really depends on the application. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. You were talking about, Councilor Lahi, you were talking about lowering speed. Do we not do the same thing with road use permits on major hauls? Like when I'm running cattle out of my lease land on gravel, like I'm several truckloads. I mean, would I want to have to get a permit from the county? No. Is that an option? Sure, because I'm sure that I'm giving a lot of dust to those neighbors with multiple trailer loads of cattle coming out of that land. So is it an option for us to have agricultural industry treated like large hauls?
Go ahead, CEO Emmons.
Legally, yes. Politically, I would caution. Legally, the only thing that's beyond the authority of council would be dairy. They are exempt. So even in a road ban, a milk truck hauls 100%, which is why the substantial damage, because there is no cutback. They are the one industry that is exempt from everything. Apparently their tires are better and they don't beat up the roads. But the permitting requirements, if Clearwater County went down the road of every hay haul, silage haul, I would worry politically for my council, but also that would be onerous from every level, not only from permitting, but to enforcement, because now every road really would be upped to the level of enforcement, because it would just be from one end to the other.
Fair enough. I just figured it was worth the question, if nothing else. Thank you. I would like to make a motion that we amend the policy to allow for outside contractors to work on our road infrastructure network.
Thank you for the motion. Go ahead, Councillor Graham.
My statement is not to the motion.
That's fine.
That's okay. I just wanted to say I respect that you guys are trying to, and I don't think either of you would really support doing the agriculture thing either, but I respect that you're trying to kind of look at all avenues, but I definitely would disagree with doing that. It's farmers, as we all know, have a very short amount of time to get a lot of work done, and I think to put more restrictions on them would be very not good for the whole world, really. So I just wanted to say that I respect that you guys are trying to look at all avenues and search down all roads, pun intended, but I definitely couldn't support that one.
Very good. Okay, so there's a motion on the floor to amend the policy to include options for hire for other venues. Any discussion on that particular motion? Go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
I would be, as the options, like we do have, there's a few different options here. So I would like to see, a SB 90 oil-based as an option for dust suppression. So I think I'll make that motion after this motion is voted on.
Okay, yeah, okay. All right, go ahead, Councillor Grant.
I'm sorry, I just didn't hear what you said.
Go ahead, repeat.
Absolutely. No, there's a there are certain areas in this municipality, like multi-lot subdivisions and stuff, where SB 90 would be applicable. I understand this motion that's currently on the table is to basically allow a third-party contractor at the cost of all the residents. There's no subsidy from Clearwater County to assist in paying for that SB 90 application. So I would like to see it amended so that it would have the SB 90 as an option for dust suppression and have it also subsidized by the municipality.
All right, so maybe that will be a whole new motion at that particular point in time. So discussion is just about amending the policy to include the option for a third-party hire. That is the discussion. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
And maybe the Deputy Reeve is about to make a clarification on this, but I'm unclear if this is only for dust control or for any work.
The question was, is this just for the third-party hire for just dust control or for any road work? And I believe this is in regards to dust suppression, because this is the dust suppression policy. So, but I will go to Deputy Reeve Malhoff for the clarification.
Thank you. Because we're working with the dust suppression policy that I was referring to, the policy does not currently show that we allow third-party contractors to work on our road network for SB 90 application. It doesn't, you're saying that the procedure allows for that, but the policy currently does not reflect us allowing contractors to work on our road network. I just want to make sure that the policy also is in line with allowing people to hire. Like if I wanted to hire somebody to do SB 90 along the North Fork's paved, so it's a really poor example, but on a road that isn't paved, if I wanted to hire them, right now the policy doesn't reflect that I could do that myself to work on our road network. So I would like the policy to reflect that we allow for the hiring of a third-party contractor to put SB 90 on the road. Does that make sense?
Yep, that's what I needed clarification on, that we get the wording right, that it's to allow our ratepayers the option of bringing in a third-party contractor for the application of an oil-based dust suppression.
Now I'm going to need clarification. Why couldn't they do it for a non-oil based?
That's my next question.
Could they, at that point, they could hire somebody to apply whichever dust suppressant?
And I leave that to you, is that for clarification in regards to this committee and the direction you want to go with. They want it just specifically oil-based dust suppression, or to reach out to a contractor for the application of a dust suppression, period.
For me, dust suppression. And if it was water, if they were doing the water-based and it wasn't done by the county, they just wouldn't receive the subsidy. They would be paying for a dust suppression in their, if we're doing it, we have, the current policy allows it to be 50% subsidized unless we change that today. But if they were hiring a contractor to do it, I would say they just wouldn't receive that subsidy.
Yep, that's exactly what I needed to know. Thank you.
Okay, blinky lights. I'll start with Councillor Graham, and then we'll just make our way through.
I just wanted to ask if we could have a friendly amendment that it just says county-approved contractor, especially if we're gonna go with both options, or we might get some wonky things on the road.
Would you accept that friendly amendment?
Yeah, absolutely. It's my understanding that it's already in the policy that we have a list of county-approved vendors, or the procedure. And I'm sure that they would bring back an amendment that would reflect the procedure when we actually vote on this at council, because we're just recommending this to council. It will come back to council for an actual vote on the policy. And I would assume that they would reflect the procedure to the policy, but maybe I'm assuming too much. Okay. So I would accept that as a friendly amendment.
Okay. Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you, and that's what I was seeking a bit of clarification on. If it's a county-approved contractor, then I think we need to define their warranty then on this, and then who actually is the authority that gets to say when this doesn't meet the safety of the community anymore and needs to be maintained? And can we force that person to maintain this, or do we just rip it up because it doesn't meet our... Who does that is what we need to know, I believe, when we come back, because I see that as being the problem. Somebody pays, they got a good deal, they warranty it for 2 years, and that understanding level might not be there, and our surface, or our road supervisor comes and says, this is an unsafe condition, it's gotta either be repaired or ripped up. And who, as I learned earlier today, our life cycle costs on these SB 90 things, it approaches $19,000 per. That's a lot of money. And are we expecting the community to do that $19,000 hit when they maybe got a good deal for $6,000 or something like that? I don't know. I think we need definition and clarity around that.
So are you suggesting that when the motion comes back to, well, should this motion pass, that would be a consideration for administration to bring some ideas back around that? That's what you would.
That would be terrific,
Okay,
yeah.
perfect. Awesome. Okay, we'll just keep right on going. Councillor Northcott. Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, if they're approved contractors by administration, I think you could see a lot of creativity out there with probably implemented dust suppression with self-doers, but
Can't put my tractor oil on my road?
well, I don't know, I'm sure, but we would see probably all different avenues of a lot of creativeness. So to give residents opportunity to have that flexibility if they wanted to go down that road, and you know, yeah, I'll support it.
Okay. Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, I need a clarification. It's all dust suppressant that we're talking about in this motion?
Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Yes, because if you want to hire somebody and pay full price and not get the 50% subsidies that is currently allowed on non-oil-based products, that's your right.
Okay, so how do we have to have another motion then? Because I don't want us to be paying 50%. I don't want the county to be paying 50%.
Well, the way the policy is currently written,
Yep.
we do pay for 50%, so you'd have to do, in my opinion,
CalMet.
a different motion in order to change that portion of the policy. My portion of the policy amendment is simply to allow for outside contractors to do work on our road infrastructure network. There's already been an friendly amendment.
Yep.
Approved outside contractors to do work on our road network with regards to dust suppression.
Okay? Then I guess I'll have to make a motion after.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is for the approved third vendor. Do you have a comment to the motion?
I would
Yes, go ahead.
actually, because
Councillor
we
Lougheed,
know
yeah.
how intuitive and people come up with great ideas that nobody may have thought before. It needs to be, I believe what you're saying is it needs to be an approved dust control practice. So it can't just be a bunch of lawn sprinklers beside the road when it's dusty, then they turn the lawn sprinklers on and water it down. Or might something like that be approved? I don't know. It's, right now, I'll just ask this question. If somebody wants to take their water tank and go drive back and forth in front of their house and dump water on the road, is that allowed? They're upset about dust control, it costs too much and it's a dusty day. We're having a party, I'm gonna go and dump water on the road. Can people do that now? Or do they need to have approval? And I'm just trying to understand if we're presenting a concept that allows alternate or private input on that road service, what's the spectrum we're gonna see?
I'd love to see that one play out.
Go ahead, CEO Emmons.
Legally, I'd suggest they need approval. In your scenario, if I may, Committee Member Lougheed, I'm assuming that they would be within the appropriate weights. It would be a street-worthy piece of equipment that's on there. It's potable water. I'm assuming a number of things, and assuming all that is just fine, they would need approval. Could somebody just go out and wet it down? Absolutely, every day. But my head always streams over to Clearwater County's liability and what we need to do to protect our citizens and maintain safe roads. And if somebody didn't know and overwatered And now as a traveling public, you're coming down a dry, dusty road, and then all of a sudden you hit 100 meters of muck. That changes the way you drive, and you might not react as quickly, and you just slip off the road into the ditch. So could somebody? Absolutely. Water their road. It's not a contaminant, but we would be concerned from a liability perspective.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Yeah, go ahead, Alana.
Thank you. Apologies, but may I have clarification on the motion that is on the table currently?
Absolutely. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
To amend the policy, the dust control policy, to allow for outside approved Clearwater County contractors to do work on our road infrastructure network.
Thank you. So the motion's on the floor. Any further discussion on the motion? It is a recommendation to council. So it's still a motion to make recommendation to council. So even though that this is a motion, it is a recommendation to council, and it will come back to a council meeting. Go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
Question about the requirements that would make the vendors approved. Do they just have to be just approved, or what requirements do they have to meet to be an approved vendor?
Go ahead, CEO Emmons.
So Clearwater County has always held a list of approved contractors. So of course, there's that level of, do you carry appropriate WCB, insurance, making sure that the contractors that work for a municipality are reputable. I would suggest that in this process, what would augment that is we would look at product, ensuring that it's not a contaminant. So not only are they a reputable organization that comes with the proper insurance and WCB, but also they're not just spraying, old 90 weight down the middle of our road as well. Thank you.
Answer your question? Okay, so motion on the floor is to make recommendation to council to amend the policy as per details. All right, any further discussion on that motion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Now looking at what is the will of this committee in regards to the SB 90? We should be, because right now it is not in the policy, the way I've read the policy. What is the will of this committee to bring forward in regards to the dust suppression because I believe right now all we have in the dust suppression policy is the 50% for the calcium mag, correct? That's right. Or do we need to amend it even further, or we're just good? Are we just good? Calcium mag, and that is it. Go ahead, Councillor Graham.
I personally am happy with the way it is. They can bring in a contractor and they still have the option.
Yes. Okay, thank you. All right. I guess okay, go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
So if we bring in a contractor to do the calcium the 1 year, we still have to pay 50%? Yes. Or does the ratepayer pay the contractor 100%?
Calcium mag's example. Would Public Works like to take that one on? Go ahead, Director Magnus.
Yeah, so if, in this case, the ratepayer chooses to go through Clearwater County, then as per that policy, it would be subsidized 50%, the cost of that calcium. According to what's been communicated with this committee in regards to the amendment, but the option is still there for ratepayers to reach out to approved vendors with approved products that can have it, that they can get the vendor to come out and apply it, but then they pay 100% of that cost, according to right now the motion put forward.
On all types of dust suppressant?
Yes.
Yes,
I believe so.
perfect. That's clear.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Loughy.
Yes, thank you. My comment would be, although as a municipality, I don't think of us as competitive with other municipalities, but it's nice to know other municipalities are doing with this, and I know you outlined that there is, I believe, one municipality has a more advanced policy than ours, but are we in alignment with many of our adjacent municipalities with our contribution as well as our dust control policy? Is there an alignment there? Maybe if you could share something about that.
Go to across to Mr. Hout.
Yeah, thank you. So administration did research out all the neighboring municipalities' policy regarding the dust control, and all of those municipalities use calcium. As Director Magnus just mentioned, there's only one municipality, which is Panoka County. They are still using oil. However, on their website, it's calcium only, but I did talk with the administration over the phone. They point out the SB90 oil is becoming so expensive right now, so it's making them really hard to apply the oil product. And that's their situation right now. However, for the rest of all other neighboring municipalities, it's calcium-based products only.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, being as how there's no more, I was going to move on. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Northcott, and then we're going to move on in the agenda.
Yeah, I just wanted to make an additional motion.
Okay.
This is kind of an example of a urban style amenity, and I believe similar amenities such as this will be coming forward with, the additional subdividing of the rural landscape. But I would like to make the motion that a discretionary subsidized rate of 50% on the SB90 installation costs and 1/3 subsidized rate for calcium. I think I said that right.
Okay. So.
Do you want more clarification, Brian, or Mr. Cermak?
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
Okay, so I'm making the motion that council approve a discretionary subsidized rate of 50% for SB90 and 1/3 subsidized rate for calcium for those dust suppression applications. Does everybody understand that?
Okay, so an additional motion here in regards to, in addition to, to the motion is to recommendation to council.
Yes.
To have SB90 as a dust suppression. Are you still inferring to the fact that it could be 1/3, or sorry, it could be still third party for this, and it's, or that this 50% has to be in regards to when the county applies? Or I would like some clarification on your intent behind this. Like if we're offering 50%, is it just for when the county applies, or is it any third party?
I would say for county applied.
For county applied, so we're getting back into the business, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I would. If the contractors, I would go for either or. If the contractors have been thoroughly vetted and they meet administration's requirements to be approved, then it would go both ways. Either whether the municipality or a third-party approved contractor, but have them at 50% subsidized on the SB90 and 1/3 subsidized for the calcium.
So less for calcium, because right now they're 50% on calcium.
Right, and previous to the amendments of 2022, I think previously it was 1/3, 2/3 cost share on calcium in the previous policy. So it'd be a 1/3 to the resident and 2/3 subsidized by the municipality.
Okay, and so just for clarification then, so because of the SB90, as far as you said 50% if county applied, because in the past motions we have gone out of that, so now you're saying we're getting back into the business, so that would be another piece of machinery, that would be 2 more people hired, if we're understanding that it's all the extra administration and operation costs that will go to that as well.
and/or the third-party contractors that have been properly vetted
Right,
and
so
approved.
it'll be an addition, is what I'm just saying, so understand that'll be an addition over and above. If we just say third party, then it's a third party SB 90, and we don't have to worry about all those extra positions, machinery, administration, et cetera.
Okay,
Okay.
approved, third party.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so,
Clarity again on that. So.
yeah, go ahead.
Thanks for the discussion on this, and thanks for making sure that the clarity is perfect on the wording here. Whether it gets supported or not, we'll find out, but, so, make a recommendation or motion that, a discretionary subsidized rate of 50% by a third party, by approved third-party contractors, on the SB 90 installation costs, and a 1/3 subsidized rate for calcium.
Okay. So motion on the floor by Councillor Cermak. Any discussion on this, motion? Sorry, CEO Emmons.
Thank you, and I don't mean to belabor, and I mean that. The only thing I need clarification on is the word discretionary. I have a little angst there. It is or it isn't, and with that word injected in there, I just wouldn't mind some clarification on what the criteria is around that discretionary purpose.
Go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
Okay, no, excellent point. That was just in the, we'll just delete that word discretionary. Subsidized rate of 50% and a 1/3, 2/3. Yeah, we'll just remove the word discretionary out of there.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. I like that option. I just have a question. I guess I was hoping we'd have a bit more information around that here. Have we gone out to any contractors to see what their pricing would be?
Go ahead, Mr. Langford.
We have talked to them about product supply only. Right now, if we go out to them and they're not an approved vendor, we have no guaranteed rates on their equipment stuff. So that's kind of an option as how do they install it, right? That's all.
Subsequent, or you're good?
Good.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor
For now.
Cermak.
On this motion, that's a,
On this one.
I need a little more clarification. We're going back into 50% subsidizing a third-party contractor. We're not getting back into it. Okay, very good.
And also with calcium lowering it from 50% to 1/3 contribution.
Yeah, I thought that motion that we had before was gonna be 0. That when it was a third party, no matter what thus present we done, we don't pay any of it. I thought that's what the last motion was about.
This is a new motion.
Okay.
Go ahead, Councillor Graham, and then I'll make my way
And
around.
with the last motion, Councillor Cermak, we do still subsidize when they go through the county for calcium. It's just for if they were to hire a contractor for calcium, we wouldn't subsidize that, but if they go through the county to get it done, we still would subsidize that with the last motion. But
That's not the way I understood it. I thought it was 100% no subsidy.
only if they hire their own contractor.
Yeah,
But if they can still go through the county for calcium, and we would subsidize that. So we would need
sorry, I
we would
was
still
not
need
there.
another motion to not do that after this, but that's not why I put my line on.
Yeah.
As pertaining to the motion on the floor, I feel that I've voiced my opinion, and it's probably not a surprise that I will not be supporting the motion on the floor.
Okay, Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you, and if I guess I don't fully understand the question, so I'm tempted to say no when I don't fully understand it. I know that we've had some numbers on the life cycle cost of the SB 90 product being approaching $20,000 right now. Are we committing then to paying half that to a contractor? I'm just not sure what the intent of that within the motion is? That seems like well outside of the service level that we've been using practically over the last year or two.
And maybe this is back to maybe Councillor Northcott as the intent of, so the 50% is what, in your motion is 50% paid to a third party. That's the way I would interpret the motion. Do you want to add more clarity to that?
Yeah, I will add a little bit more clarity, and I'll give a little bit more reasoning for this. This committee reviewed a dust suppression policy. There was 5 new members elected in the previous, like in the last election, and then reviewed this without experiencing a dusty season ourselves as sitting in these chairs. So I even, at that time, I'd said maybe we should postpone this and give this council and this committee a year to experience what it's like to receive phone calls and hear the concerns of dust in the community. But it didn't. It proceeded in the month of April, just after the election, so this committee and council didn't get to experience the dusty season and receive those phone calls from concerned residents. So the previous, I didn't vote is that policy in the first place, and here we are, have been approved, the Municipal Planning Commission approved. Respiratory issues, so.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
At that meeting, unfortunately, I reviewed the tape. Learning as new for me, it's yes, give some grace to our residents as much as we can, and I worry that in supporting something that I actually do truly believe in, I believe in dust control for numerous reasons, but I want to try to ensure that we can give our residents as much of an opportunity for low taxes as possible, and it's the 1% increase that would be needed in order to achieve this particular service level that has me needing to make the tough decision of having to vote against this change.
Okay. Councillor Northcott?
Thanks for the comments. As far as the increase to taxes to be able to provide this service to the residents, I don't think there are other priorities that that maybe aren't a priority, and there will be Mr. Emmons, well, I'll just leave it. I think that there's other infrastructure that maybe isn't a priority. There's other infrastructure that maybe isn't a priority, and those funds could be used in other areas, such as dust suppression, to maintain a quality life for residents.
In regards to the forward as far line now with what the other municipalities are putting down as far as just calcium, I do have neighbors and friends that live in the other municipalities, and they seem to understand that, yes, it depends on the year. We could have a wet year and not ever need any calcium in that regards. It can rain every week, and everything seems the dust seems to be going, or not an issue. And then we've had, like we have in the last couple of years, a lot of dust, and I appreciate the fact that the county goes above and beyond to put calcium in those areas of our county that are like at different approaches and on top of hilltops that are more of a safety concern, and that's still borne by the ratepayers. It's not a 50-50, and it is 100% on the county on those particular issues. And so it's not that the county is not without this product. This product is there, and it's just a matter of, like you said, Director Magnus, that the application period will be open in May, and people can put in their applications for that. So I believe that we're being very open and transparent in the options that are available. And I agree with the newly made recommendation. So, but as far as going back to SB 90 and the 1/3 for calcium, I won't be supporting that motion or recommendation for council. Any other further thing? Go ahead, Councillor Lougheed.
Hear this at all?
No worries.
You had mentioned 1/3 for calcium. Was the original standard 2/3 subsidy for the calcium? Just so I get it.
Yeah,
So
go ahead,
if we're
Director
talking
Magnus.
apples to apples and oranges to oranges, I just don't want to mix.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
go ahead.
just for clarification purposes, prior to 2022, when the amendments were made to the policy, was that was a 1/3, 2/3 split, whereby the county paid for 2/3 of the water-based application, 1/3 to the ratepayer, and a 50-50 split on the oil-based application.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay, clarification. So motion on the floor. With that, and I see no more red lights, I'll put it to a vote. All those in favor, oh, go ahead, Councillor Cermak,
Can we
sorry.
have a recorded vote, please?
At this committee
Or
level?
do we need it at a community level?
This is a recommendation,
Okay.
so it's a sorry, it's a motion of a recommendation to council. All right, so I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion? Those opposed? And that motion is defeated. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. Is there an ability to have options for multi-lots? Because we've talked today about how SB 90, while it is an option for multi-lot, is not necessarily the option that should be presented on multi-lots, because it is not necessarily being perceived as SB 90 as just a dust suppression. It is being perceived as something more than it actually is. Is there an opportunity to investigate some options for, I mean, our own development in Nordegg, for example? We're the developer. So is there options available, or can we investigate some of those options?
CO Evans.
This committee can make that recommendation, absolutely, and we can investigate it out and bring it back if that's the desire. We just need to know that would be an option worth entertaining. Again, I would just have to offer up that this has been tried.
Yep.
There are negatives that come with it, and we did end up inevitably upgrading to asphalt anyway because of those negatives. These options were tried on Hobbs Road, James River South, sections of the Red Deer River access that went back to gravel.
I'm just trying to find some solutions, particularly for those multi-lots.
No, absolutely, and I'm not trying to paint a negative picture. I'm just trying to be transparent with this committee that they have been tried, and that's where it inevitably went anyway.
Because the 1.4 per kilometer of pavement in a subdivision is a really hard swallow. 1.4 million for pavement, because it's my understanding that when it's in a subdivision and not on a major highway, it actually costs more because the equipment is different. So it's just a lot to swallow, so I'm trying to come up with something ingenuitive.
Absolutely, and right on all counts. It is more expensive, although it's not an urban design, so you don't have curb, gutter, street, and sidewalks to contend with. You have more approaches. You don't get a straight run to make time, so it does inflate the price because it's more condensed, the population's more condensed, so you're absolutely right. It is more expensive. But if this committee wants to make that recommendation, staff would absolutely research it and bring it back, if that's where you want to apply your resources.
So, but also adding to that, it's not just the putting in the infrastructure, it is also the maintenance of that infrastructure going forward to, as mentioned too, an extra snow plow, an extra, you know, 2 people running it, et cetera. So go ahead, CO Evans.
Well, again, options are always looked at and desired, which is why this has been tried. You're absolutely right. The danger of this is it's not an asphalted surface. So if you don't have well-experienced snowplow drivers, in my past, we lost a plow truck because James River South, the frost was coming out, we had a snowfall, flotation blade, he actually dug in and flipped the entire truck, put him in the hospital and wrote the entire truck off because it's not asphalt. And a flotation blade, you hit a pothole, it dug in. So if you don't know what you're doing and you don't gear down and you don't have up pressure on those chains so that you bypass the flotation and you leave a little bit of snow, you have to. These are the things that now because you're walking a line. So yeah, it would require another truck, of course, but more importantly to me is the safety aspect and the experience of that driver is integral.
Thank you for that. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I don't know about the rest of you. I'm feeling that I don't have enough information. So I would like to make a recommendation that administration go issue a sort of exploratory RFP to basically take over the dust control aspect. Our county graders, as I understand it, cost 50% more per hour to operate than our contract graders. So I'd like to see what private industry would come back with. And, you know, it will either validate these numbers or they can have some different approaches or their own innovation to come up with a reduced cost.
So are you speaking, just for clarity for myself, you're speaking to ask administration to see what that whole program would be contracted out to third party?
Yes.
Entire dust suppression?
If we're,
I'm asking for clarity. The
Yes.
entire dust suppression program, contract, calcium, SB 90, everything?
yeah,
Okay,
with,
so the motion on the
with,
floor.
with supervision, of course, but them being the applicators.
Okay, so a contractor supervisor for totally contracted out service,
A contractor with county supervision,
right?
as in to
Go ahead.
basically run the program and make a call to whichever contractor for what would be a predetermined price.
Councillor Cermak.
Is that not what we have right now? That we have third party doing all of the dust suppressant? At zero cost to the county, isn't that what we voted on? Or am I missing it?
No.
Do you want to, Alana, would you mind just stating back the current recommendation that's been approved?
Happy to, and please correct me if I have captured anything mistaken. I have that the committee directs administration to issue an exploratory request for proposal to take over the dust control, you said aspect, and then we kind of changed trajectory, so then I have to determine cost of the entire dust suppression program to be contracted to third party. Not sure if I was close.
Yes,
that-
for both calcium and SB 90.
That's the motion that Councillor Ratcliffe has just presented.
So what was the previous motion? No, that's quite all right. No, the one that's
Deputy
the
Reid.
first one, yeah.
Okay, again, apologize, any grammatical errors we may encounter. I have that the committee recommends that council amends the dust suppression policy to allow for approved third-party contractors for the application of dust suppression on Clearwater County's road network.
Does that explain?
So what was your question again then, councillors?
For all suppressant? And it was third party only to do all of the dust suppressant in the county. Is that not how I understood it?
Because right now, we have the water-based application as the only option, and that's currently being subsidized 50%, so we do it. We bring in a contractor, we put that out to bid, and that was just recently closed. We received the bids back. The tenders were put out, we received the bids back. So we have a contractor in place now who's going to come in for this season at a rate of 22 cents a liter. And under our direction, they'll go wherever they need to go in regards to high maintenance areas, plus for those individuals that sign a contract with Clearwater County for the application of the water-based at 50% subsidization. That's how it's currently set up.
Okay, so we pay 11 cents then?
Correct.
Per
In
liter.
essence, yeah.
And they do all
keep it
the
simple.
maintenance and everything, we only pay just for the product, half of the product.
Go ahead, Mr. Langford.
No, we utilize some county forces for that as well. We need a grader and a water truck for the application.
Oh, okay, so we do the application, they
Correct.
just supply the
They
product?
supply, deliver, and spread in the contract.
Okay, okay, and then we charge a third of that back to the, or half of it back to the landowner?
50% on the current policy.
Okay,
So what you're seeing, Councilor Cermak, for
the truck to spread it on the
That
road.
is correct,
And
yes.
we work again with our grader and we had the amount of gravel that's needed.
And it's,
Makes sense.
That's right, and it's, we did mention it, and our apologies, it is an agenda item, there's a breakdown of, in terms of the equipment and personnel in the application of the water-based. What part is the contractor, what part is in-house?
I can live with that, the 50.
Okay, so you were asking for clarification from Councillor Ratcliffe, though, in regards to, Councillor Ratcliffe's motion, I believe, is to, the whole entire desuppressant contract would be third party. Okay?
Yep.
Councillor Lougheed? Oh, no, blank? Okay, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. So in can you do an exploratory RFP? Like, I honestly don't know what that looks like. I know in tender process, we're subject to contract A, contract B in a tender process. Are we subject to the same requirements under an RFP process as we are under the contract A, contract B process of a tender?
No.
So we can do exploratory
You
RFP.
can do a proposal, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
and then that could
Oh,
give.
it would be, we would ask for a request for information. It would be more so request for information, and then they can put that together for us. And then there's no obligation to, in the scenarios you point out as a contract A, contract B. Our recommendation would be a request for information.
Okay, and in terms of, what Councilor Ratcliffe, what you're talking about, you're saying that you want the entire thing to go potentially third party, or are you looking for just like the SP90 section of it to go third party, or can we look at a breakdown of what both could look like so we can make a decision independent of what it looks like under our current blended model versus not, and versus us currently not having SP90 in the house at all, and a third party taking over an SP90 program?
Yes, I would like to have the information to make those decisions both ways. With that breakout, so that we can have the whole picture in front of us, and hopefully there will be an obvious path forward.
And understanding too that every time these seats change, the SB90 policy could change
Well,
too at the same time too.
there-
So it's not conclusive, right? So it's made for this you're asking for this particular council to make a decision or have more information on those two rationales, correct?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So the motion on the floor is to go for an expression of interest in regards to contracting or hiring a third party to take over the whole dust suppression program. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. How much does putting together an RFI, so expression, request for information, an RFI, how much staff time, how much does it cost to have you guys put together an RFI? And put together an item to bring it back to us? We have a lot on your plates.
Yep, to put a definitive timestamp on it, that's difficult to say. Obviously, I would assign to my staff here in regards to both Mr. Ho and Mr. Langford. I can only speculate, but I don't even want to do that. It'll take time. I mean, to put it out there in terms of requesting for that information. There will be a time period associated with that in regards to getting that information in, and then putting it together in a package. And I leave that to my staff in regards to how they put that together, reviewing it, bringing it back. I can't confidently say how many hours that would take.
Could that come back at, I'll just say at a September strategic plan, or would it be more into closer to budget. I'm just saying if it came back for an information, like we've missed the, there's no way that this information would change what's gonna happen this coming year. But
From what I can gather so far, the June and September one are pretty filled.
Yep.
In regards to strategic planning,
Yep.
council committee of the whole, in all likelihood, it would be early 2025 that we would bring it back.
Q1 2020, okay. All right, motion's on the floor for an RFI to bring back information, or for administration, sorry, the recommendation to council for a RFI for this dust suppression program to be under a third-party contract. Yes, go ahead, Councillor Lyon.
I really
I
don't
know.
want to believe, but I hope the minds that are very clear on this can fill me in. I'm still not exactly sure what we're looking at. Are we looking at for some sort of expression of interest of putting our dust control program into or private hands, or into an entity, a public managed entity, just somebody other than Clearwater County managing it? And are we still suggesting that we would subsidize that 50%? I'm just not sure what. I know you would like more information. I don't know if I'm comfortable with working towards a private entity managing our dust control and us just cutting a check for half of it. I don't know if that's what you're suggesting. I don't know if I could be supportive of even looking into a pipe dream that somehow industry is going to do it for way less than us as a community service.
Councillor Ratcliffe for clarification.
Thank you, Reeve. Our highways are maintained by third-party contractors in the province. There's a lot of that going on. I would like to know if there would be a significant difference, if there's a benefit to our taxpayers to contracting out the application of dust control. Just how that works is not up to us. And from that, then I would feel better deciding whether there should be a subsidy or not.
Further clarification, Councillor Lougheed?
Just as clear as it should be on this. I thought we were talking about dust suppression, and we brought in a lot of other stuff talking about really the community expectation that dust suppression product is there forever, and it's really, I'll just say it plainly. People expect they're getting pavement for half or a quarter of the cost, and I don't know if we can have any magic that no other municipality has found a way to do this as good for cheap. I don't know if the expectation is there that if we put out the call for somebody to solve our problems for us, that industry can do that either. We've had a lot of experience with doing dust control in a practical sense here, and what I hear from administrations is there were large problems with the more permanent dust control products, and that's why other municipalities are working towards the simplistic or the more temporary things that really deal with dust, and less so with, I want a paved road in front of my house, but I don't want to pay for it, is what I'm hearing in some ways. So I don't know if there's a magic solution out there that gives us a paved road for less cost, but.
Yep.
Anyway.
And looking again at the municipality comparison, I believe that administration has done their best to negate any kind of cost savings to our residents as much as they can. So I have to trust that. So anyways, gonna slowly wrap it up here. So we have a vote. Go ahead on Councillor Ratcliffe. Did you want to respond to that, or do you have anything further?
No, I did want to respond to that.
Okay, go ahead.
That I believe you even mentioned earlier that there is a preference for the oil-based product dust control. And maybe private industry can't do it any better? I'd like to know. I was hoping that information would be available here today, and so that's why I'm making the specific request for it.
Okay. Do you want to respond to that, and then before?
I hear what you're saying. You'd like to find a solution that's there. I did see some of the statistics that were presented. That information that was available to us showed a trend, not only here in Clearwater County, but in other municipalities, of the requests for dust suppression shifting towards the more temporary or water-based, the lower cost one, and away from, now, I don't know if that's part of an administrative direction too, but I see that shift, from being, kind of almost 50-50 down to 1/3, 2/3, and then now, kind of 10% or something like that. See the community supporting the experience they've had with a product that many complain about, but the community, when they're voting with their dollars, they're buying the cheaper product. And other municipalities have said to manage costs and their service level, they're picking one. And I don't know if there's a magic solution that we can set administration off trying to find the holy grail of dust suppression, but I think the information I've got back tells me that we're kind of going in the right direction with offering the one product, even though it may not meet everybody's expectation. That's kind of where I'm at, so.
Yep, thank you. And again, I'll just reiterate the fact that with the research that was presented to us as far as other municipalities, I hate to be outside. I'm sure that our colleagues, or your colleagues, share best practices all the time. So if one other municipality has found I'll just say the magic cheese, so to speak, they would share it with you as well. And again, as you had mentioned, that, Councillor Cermak brought to you a product back in November, you went to that vendor and they won't even do a test pilot. So as much as we would like to figure out the next best mousetrap, so to speak, sometimes it isn't to our best interest until it can be proved out at a different level or at a different municipality. So go ahead, Director Magnus, and I'm going to call the vote after this.
You're absolutely right. When any of our team attends sessions with our colleagues, typically coinciding with RMA, we have our Alberta Municipal Supervisors Association conference at the same time. And one of the most favorable sessions are our bear pit sessions. And interestingly enough, the most common theme or subject matter is dust suppression. Always is. And to find that magic product, everything and anything associated with it, that seems to be the dominant conversation on every bear pit session. So yes, we are trying to find the magic solution. Yeah, and every municipality is facing that same challenge.
And I would offer too that every Albertan, if they knew that there was a magic fix for every pothole on every road, the municipalities would have that done at a moment's notice. So with that, so it doesn't matter where you go. All right, motion on the floor. Do I need to repeat the motion, or is everybody clear? You want me to repeat? Okay, so I'll look to Alana if you would mind what you have written, and we'll go from there.
Happy to.
Thank you.
So I have that the committee recommends that council direct administration to issue an exploratory request for information to determine costs of the entire dust suppression program to be contracted to third party.
Thank you. All right, so with that, and that motion on the floor, I'll call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? And that motion is defeated. All right. So looking at that and looking at the time, I'm wondering if we should call a lunch break and move on at about 12:45. And welcome back to our Strategic Planning Council Committee of a Whole for April 15th. We're now into item 5 in our agenda on corporate services, amendments to the records digitization policy. I'll turn it over to
Christine.
Okay, Christine, I wasn't sure if it would be introduced by Mr. Hagan and then turned over to you, but go ahead. Christine, please, and thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and committee members. I'm Christine, Records Management Coordinator for Clearwater County. And I'm here today to present some amendments to the Records Digitization Policy. So our hopes today is that the committee will review the draft Records Digitization Policy, suggest amendments as desired, and then recommend approval by council. So the Records Digitization Policy was first passed by council in July of 2019 as Clearwater County began moving towards an electronic document and records management system, so an EDRMS. As the records management program has continued to grow, digitization of county records has become part of the employee's usual and ordinary course of business. So digitization is a process of converting paper records into digital format. It broadly includes selection, assessment, prioritization, preparation of originals, metadata creation, digitizing, quality assessment, and submission into a repository environment. So the legislation and standards governing the admissibility as evidence of electronic and paper records differ. So for electronic records to be admissible, the record must satisfy the electronic record provisions of the law in the jurisdiction involved. Use of the electronic records as evidence requires proof of the authenticity of the record, which can be inferred from the integrity of the electronic records system and proof that the record was made in the usual and ordinary course of business. So whether or not our electronic records held within our EDRMS will be required as evidence, remaining compliant with legislation and standards is essential to our records management program and ensuring our records service history to Clearwater County. So the attached document here includes draft revisions intended to better describe these principles and improve our operational efficiency. So would you like me to read through this policy, or?
I'm looking at council here, or at the committee. Maybe if you want to highlight some really distinct differences,
Sure.
Maybe that might be
Sure.
great, please.
So I think there's a few distinct differences, and the first one is that first statement. Digitization of records is part of our usual and ordinary course of business. That's key. We want to follow our standards. Having that sentence in there is important. So then again, keep going down. I think we all know what digitization is. And again, I guess we'll get to our principles, like we need it to be usable, we need it to have integrity and be deemed authentic and reliable, and we want it generated under our set policies and procedures. And then I think another big change here is going down from once we digitize it and we quality assess it, we used to keep it for 6 months. I'm here trying to bring that down to 1 month of keeping all that paper. It gets a little bit difficult to manage all of that, and ultimately if it's quality assessed and done properly in the moment and you follow this, keeping it for 6 months is a little bit much in my opinion. And I think put a few standards in there. This, again, that has to do with the machine, so just 300 dots per inch, making sure when we have blueprints and photographs, we've got it set at that minimum 600, and I think those are the main changes today.
All right. Okay, I'll open the floor for discussion or motion. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. In item 6, you refer to utilizing business continuity planning. Could you just elaborate on that a bit as to how these documents are stored, evaluated that way?
Sure. So we do prioritize what we digitize when we're looking at a project, but as far as just our day-to-day, pretty much everything now is becoming digitized with some basic exceptions of bylaws, minutes, land acquisition, land sales. I must say though, in my revised one here, I have number 6 as electronic records can be created in error and be removed. So I'm not sure if you're referencing the original policy perhaps.
There's 2 6s. So so the first 6 right after number 5?
Oh,
is
yes,
this
okay.
referred to?
Yeah,
There's a little
that-
typo there perhaps. Yeah.
Okay, that is the old one, sorry.
That's okay. And then, yeah, we do store them in a system that we have, but we have more than one, but our main system for records is called Content Manager. But we have records in so many of our finance programs and all of that as well. So it's more than one area we store records.
Okay.
Okay, a follow-up?
Yep, go ahead.
Things go wrong.
Yeah.
Any procedure, you know, we all make mistakes or have moments of oversight. Could you describe how the system is set up to minimize that so that, you know, we don't face a long-term liability?
For sure. So things can go wrong, when you digitize, if you didn't quality assess your document and make sure you digitize it so it's a true representative of the original. So in that case, we've put in this policy, this procedure, and a quality assurance process. Once the record is put into the system, it's not just a button where it could be destroyed or anything like that. So we have a huge process that we go through prior to destruction or removal of any record from that system, and it follows our bylaw, which I have brought in, I think it's about 2 years ago, we brought in a bylaw that says how long we keep everything for, and it kind of goes over the process before we remove any records and how they have to go through the director, supervisor first, director, ultimately the CAO or his delegate, and myself. So have quite a few checks in place.
And all those are tracked?
All those are tracked. The system tracks everything.
Okay.
Smallest changes it tracks, so.
Great, thank
Yeah,
you.
You're welcome.
So with that, I have a question in regards to, so we've digitized all our documents, et cetera. Is there a way to track how many times it's been viewed or who's viewing, that kind of thing?
Yes, yes. I'm not sure, I guess, yeah, you could track how many times it's been viewed because I could see who has viewed it.
Okay.
And then, of course, we do protect certain types of documents in that
Correct.
system from others.
Okay, so that was my follow-up, so
Yeah.
that's perfect, awesome, that's what I need. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Is there an option to remove, like, records just in general? Because, like, yes, you need to keep, like, HR ones for, I believe, until the employee actually is no longer alive. Like,
Some of
legit,
them.
I think you're supposed to keep HR records forever.
Some are kept very long, yes.
Yes. Whereas other things, they recommend shorter timeframes.
Yes.
So that they actually, because if you have them, then you're required to provide them. If you
Correct.
don't have them and you follow up with removing them in the legislative timeframe, then you don't have them if you're asked for them. So is there also some, not necessarily good things to keeping them forever? Because on digital, there's almost unlimited space. You can keep something significantly longer than you
Yes.
perhaps should.
That's a great point. I think a lot of people want to keep everything forever, and we can't. We don't have the space, and even in the cloud, it still costs a lot of money to store, and we also legally shouldn't be keeping it longer. So that's kind of where that bylaw comes in. You know, we reviewed all the legislation, minimum requirements, and then rarely do they put a maximum, but I think when you're looking at housing someone's personal information, that's really when we come in with the destruction. And again, so yes, I myself could remove a record in there, but only a record put in by error, and I have to track it. A record with no value shouldn't even be put in there if it has no value, and we call it transitory, which means it has no value to us in the future. So other than that, no, a record wouldn't be removed without following our bylaw.
Thank you.
Counselor Graham?
I cannot even grasp how overwhelming and daunting your job must be with all the records that would exist with the county.
Yes.
These all seem like very logical changes and they all make sense to me, so I will make the motion that the committee recommends to council to approve the draft record digitization policy as presented.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing no lights, I'll call the question. All those in, oh, okay, Counselor, no? Okay,
Concerned about when you have to keep the original the paper form, where do we keep them? Here, or do we have a locked box somewhere?
Right now, we're keeping everything here. That was getting tight.
Yeah.
That was becoming an issue. But now that we've set some, so the records management coordinator position is pretty new. So we've kind of come in and set some guidelines as to this is when you keep paper and this is when you don't. So you're right, they're all stored in this building as of now. And with us really getting into digitization, we're starting to get more space. So we do have a fireproof room downstairs where we do keep our bylaws and our minutes and those really important documents. And then each department kind of has an area where they store their records.
Yeah, anything to do with the law.
Absolutely.
You have to keep original.
You do.
And original signatures.
You do. So we have some rules here, like any agreement with a seal. The seal won't come through when you digitize. Like I said, buying and selling of land, our minutes, our bylaws, our financial statements. We got a lot of history here, artwork, photographs. We keep all of those in paper, and we do have that in, but we have a record management manual, and it kind of goes through all of that.
And those ones you have to keep for how long?
We want to keep all of those ones I said are kept forever.
Oh,
So
my
if we
goodness.
run out of space with our important documentation, Alberta has a provincial archives. I know that they're interested in the council documentation. I know they would take our bylaws and our minutes. So if we do get full, we have options. And yes, we always could store in another facility as well, but less control there. It's personal opinion, but it's nice to have it here where we can access it. And then if and when council decides they want to send those top documents to the provincial archives, we could certainly work with them on that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, a motion to recommend to council the revised digitization policy. All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you so much for coming today. Thank you. You bet. So moving along in our agenda, we have item 5.2, the advertising bylaw. And that will be presented by Ms. Tutek. And I'll let you go ahead.
Good morning, committee, or good afternoon, committee members. This item refers to how we advertise statutory advertisements. And just for clarity and definition purposes, statutory advertising refers to the public announcement of proposed bylaws, resolutions, meetings, public hearings, and other matters as outlined in the Municipal Government Act in Section 606. Amendments were made to the 2017 Municipal Government Act that empowered municipalities to enact bylaws that facilitate statutory advertising through various means, including electronic platforms, which was an option that was not previously listed in the Municipal Government Act. Clearwater County has an outdated public notification policy with a small section related to methods of advertising. The proposed draft advertising bylaw will provide flexibility in how proposed bylaws and other decisions or actions are legally required to be advertised and how they can be advertised to the public while ensuring that the majority of residents are reached in Clearwater County. Under this new bylaw, the county will continue to advertise items that are legally required to be advertised in the local newspapers, and the information will also be posted on the county's website. This combined approach ensures that residents have access to the information through traditional print media as well as online. This bylaw proposes that all statutory advertisements will be displayed on the county's website for a minimum of 10 days before the advertised item takes place. This is a practice that we've been striving to do over the years, but we lacked any documentation for this practice. The adoption of this bylaw would rescind the former public notification policy, and before council can pass this bylaw, notification or consideration should be given to the following. The council must be satisfied that the methods of advertising would reach substantially all residents. We would advertise notice of the bylaw in accordance with section 606. And for clarity, what that would include, it would be 2 weeks of advertising in all 3 local newspapers. We would make a notice post on the website as well as social media, a practice for us to go above and beyond that requirement. In addition, we would need to conduct a public hearing before second reading and make the bylaw publicly available for public inspection. At this time, administration is suggesting that the committee recommends that council grant first reading of the advertising bylaw and proceed to a public hearing.
Thank you for that. All right, open the floor for discussion, comments. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. In the policy, under the procedure section number 2, for non-statutory advertising, job postings and open houses, it actually doesn't give any direction anymore. It's just scratched out, so it just says for non-statutory advertising, and then there is no actual direction.
Because it's, it was always dependent on the department director, and we started to get to more centralization in how we post non-statutory advertisements. So this really doesn't fit into our practice nowadays.
So are we then, sorry, Reeve?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So should we just be removing all of number 2 rather than it just being non-statutory advertising and then no direction?
So this is the outdated policy
Okay.
that would be rescinded, advertising bylaw.
Okay. Then I apologize, and I'm looking at the wrong thing, I guess. I thought this was the one with the track changes
Sorry, no.
that are being proposed.
The items that are stroken out in here are things that are no longer applicable, or they've changed over the years. The items highlighted in yellow are accounted for elsewhere. So this is just for council's transparency, for the committee's transparency to see what's currently relevant.
Okay.
So there's a clean version behind this.
The second attachment is the draft proposed bylaw.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Counselor Cermak?
In the number 1, why was the sundry roundup crossed out?
They are no longer referred to as the Sundry Roundup. They're called the Albertan.
I did not know that.
Any,
Burton, it takes in sundry oils and something else, and I can see where it doesn't.
That's
say,
correct.
I guess. It's just that the sundry roundup, that whole east side of it from Caroline South goes to sundry to get that paper in.
Yep, and we would still continue that practice. So when there's items that pertain to residents in that southern border, we would still advertise in the Albertan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that would not
Perfect.
change.
Thank you.
so rather, in your draft policy, rather than naming the actual publishing papers, you just said local accredited newspaper in your draft, 4.3?
Yes. And that was strategically done. It's a common practice what other municipalities are writing. It's because we don't want to have to redo this bylaw every few years. 10 years, newspapers could change names, they could change ownership. So just to prevent having to do little edits like that.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to ensure everybody's clear, previously what we had was a public notification policy, and it's been identified there's some areas that weren't addressed in there. There's other areas, as noted in that copy that's attached to the agenda item, that either need to be changed or aren't relevant anymore. So what we're proposing is to replace that policy with a bylaw. The bylaw gives more actual meat and seriousness to these requirements, make them more defendable, and through the policy or through the bylaw enactment, once it receives all 3 readings, would take the old public notification policy and take that out of circulation. So it's a shift in paradigm from a policy to a bylaw.
Okay, thank you for that. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. What would be the benefit in making that paradigm shift from policy to bylaw, or why make the change from policy to bylaw?
Go ahead, Ms. Tutor.
It was a recommendation because it's a common practice the municipalities are going towards. There are more and more of them are implementing an advertising bylaw.
Okay. Is it more onerous and more red tape to do it this way and not just have a policy?
I think it's probably because since 2017, when the MGA got updated, that website and other electronic means can be a form of advertising. It suffices that requirement. So when municipalities are in a position where they have to provide how they've advertised certain statutory items, they can say we have a bylaw to back that up.
Thank you.
And I wouldn't doubt it that COVID had a little bit to do with this as well. So just to ensure that, yes, the bylaw is in place versus policy. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Got questions here about 2 parts. The middle whereas, it talks about that we may provide one or more methods which may include electronic means for advertising. I'd like to remove any confusion that it might be only electronic. And then going down into purpose in 2.1A, it said the purpose of this bylaw is to provide for alternate methods of statutory advertising. Could that alternate be changed to additional to be more inclusive? And that's the wording that's used in 4.4 as well, is additional.
Certainly.
Okay. Go ahead, or were you, had a few
I
more?
have another
sir?
one, but I'll
Oh, go ahead.
let,
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Okay, in 4.3, it says, if in the opinion of the CAO there is no accredited local newspaper in publication and available for placement of advertisements at the time of advertising, publication shall not constitute a requirement for advertising under this bylaw or the act. I guess I would like to see more definition around that, so that it couldn't be interpreted as, well, the publication date for the newspaper was yesterday and I need to get something out today. So that it would not actually hit the print media.
I think what this item refers to, Councillor Ratcliffe, is if there is no accredited newspaper in existence.
Yes. I think that intent, but it's the possibilities of how it could be interpreted.
Okay. We can certainly add more definition around this sentence and just make it a little bit more clear.
You're the expert at that. Thank you.
Councillor Lougheed.
Sorry, thank you. I do appreciate the definitions section of this. I think it's very important because we have a local publication that probably wouldn't be included in a traditional newspaper sense, but yet the community recognizes the value of that newspaper as it comes into their home. So I'm glad we can include it within a definition of a newspaper as well.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I think with 4.3, that with Councillor Ratcliffe is getting at is the verbiage opinion, because with an accredited newspaper, that's not opinion typically, right? That you either are or you aren't. So I think that's, for me, that's the one that would be hanging up on me. It's not an opinion if you're of an accredited newspaper or not. It either is or it isn't. So if there is no accredited newspaper, it doesn't matter whether the CAO has an opinion on that or not. No offense, Mr. Emmons.
And I understand where that was going to, because I'm thinking of the little daily print or the weekly little printed news, like coffee thing. That is not an accredited thing. So that's where my head was going. It's like, nah, you know, but yes, very well understand that the way the future is, some of these newspapers are just hanging on by the skin of their teeth anyways, because yes, especially the print matter as well. I mean, a lot of them are going digital anyways, the way of the world. Go ahead again, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I would like to move that the committee recommends the council grant the first reading of bylaw 1184/22 for the purposes of creating an advertising bylaw and proceeding to a public hearing.
Okay.
All these changes are quite logical.
Okay.
With those modifications.
As amended.
As amended by council.
As amended by the committee. Okay, no, that's all good. All right. Okay, motion on the floor. Any comments or questions in regards to the motion? Are your blinky light on or off? Okay.
Lana and I are fighting.
You're okay. All right, so there's no comment. Awesome, okay. All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you very much. All right, I see we're at the end of our agenda. Item 6, looking for adjournment. Anywheres? Okay. Oh. Okay, okay. Thank you, Deputy Reeve. All those in favor of adjournment? And that's carried. Thank you very much.